Planning Committee audiocast test.
Looks like it's good now.
That was my fault.
What happened?
Oh, because of Chambers?
There's something in Chambers that you always switch between the two bank systems. So it should be working.
Yeah,
You
we
were
just...
booting it, eh?
Which one's that?
The one I declared to council.
Okay.
King Edward.
King Edward. Okay, but you weren't here for it, so you couldn't have declared an interest.
That's right. So I have to declare it at the next planning meeting.
Okay.
But if you weren't here, why does it matter?
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 68th meeting of the Planning Committee. It is the 28th of January. If you are interested in any of the items that are on our agenda today, if you'd fill in a request to speak form that's located to the table right under the big Ottawa sign, and give it to the committee assistant, either at the sign or to my immediate right, and we'll make sure you get on the agenda to speak to the committee. If, however, you don't want to speak to the committee, but you would like written comments to form part of the public record on an item, there is a comment sheet at the on the table, and you can file your written comments with the clerk, and they will form part of the public record for this for any of the items listed on today's agenda. Now, this is a public meeting to consider the proposed comprehensive official plan and zoning bylaw amendments listed as items 4 to 7 on today's agenda. For the items listed above, only those who make oral submissions today or written submissions before the amendments are adopted may appeal the matter to the Ontario Municipal Board. In addition, the applicant may appeal to the matter to the Ontario Municipal Board if Council does not adopt an amendment within 120 days of receipt of the application for zoning and 180 days for an official plan amendment. And that's after the application is deemed complete. Une feuille de commentaires est disponible à l'entrée pour toute personne désirant soumettre des commentaires écrits concernant les modifications. So a comment sheet, as I said, is available at the door for those who wish to submit written comments. So, we have no regrets. I have not received any regrets for today's meetings, today's meeting. Declarations of interest. Councillor Shirelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is for item I declared interest at council but was absent for a committee meeting. I'm supposed to declare at the next committee meeting at which I'm present. So I, Councillor Rick Shirley, declare potential deemed indirect pecuniary interest on Planning Committee Agenda 66, item 11, as my daughter is employed by Shepherds of Good Hope, and this organization may have an interest in one of the properties covered by the rezoning.
Okay. We'll note that interest. Before we get into the agenda, I understand, Mr. Mark, that you want to advise committee as to an upcoming report with respect to Fallowfield Road. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair. When official plan amendment number 121 was adopted, it included a reference to 4401 Fallowfield. That should not have been the case. This has been brought to the attention of the ward councillor and to staff, and staff will bring forward an amendment to the official plan as soon as we can meet the requirements of giving the statutory notice.
So what are the statutory notice requirements?
I believe there's a 10-day requirement to provide a copy of the report, but of course it's going to take some time to write the report. I think we could, I'm speaking for planning, of course, so perhaps Mr. Moser should say, but perhaps the second meeting in February might be possible.
Right. And Councillor, you're the ward councillor on that file?
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay.
And I appreciate the very quick resolution to this because it's causing quite a bit of angst in particular the Orchard Estates community.
Okay. Thank you. So, Mr. Mark and Mr. Moser, you'll try to achieve that by the second meeting in February? Is that what you said?
That's what I said. Of course,
yeah, that's general try to achieve that.
Lily will do it.
Yes, you'll try to achieve that. Perfect. Great. So, members of committee, you've been notified of that, the error in that report and its pending resolution. If I could go to confirmation of minutes. Minutes 67, Tuesday, the 14th of January, 2014. Is that carried? Carried. Okay. We'll go to consent agenda now, and we'll see what we can get sorted out here. Item number 1 is an application for new construction at 48 and 50 Queen Victoria Street, a property designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act and located in the New Edinburgh Heritage Conservation District. I have no one registered to speak to the committee with respect to that item except Cynthia Jacques and Mary Chown, and they are the applicants. That's correct, and you're in agreement with the file, with the... Okay. Now, Councillor Clark, you were patiently waiting here. Do you want to offer some quick comments, or do you want to hold this item?
I'll just offer my comments because clearly I just said that
You want to press the microphone button so we can hear you.
Okay, microphone button's on. I have a concern about this for a couple of reasons. One, completely fills the lot, therefore there's no green space, which is characteristic of New Edinburgh. Plus, the other part of it is when the pictures showed up at Planning Committee, they were photoshopped to show a nice green side yard. You'd think it was built on the Governor General's site. And personally, that bothered me because, and it bothered other members of the committee as well, because it was a tendency to make it look like something it wasn't, and fraudulent in a way. In any event, that complaint didn't appear to be taken up in the report, because the report's the one that was given to the Heritage Committee, which says, I'm aware of the application. Well, I was certainly aware of it, and I certainly felt that there were some modifications, and I believe some of them have been made, but I really find that it is disingenuous to put forth something that fills up every square meter of the lot and then and shows it as something that's got a lot of green space around it. That was bothersome enough that I took the time and trouble to come here to break it down this morning, come and talk to you about it.
Thank you. Councillor Hart, do you want to add anything to this, or are we?
No, Councillor Clark has reflected well the architectural drawing of the property, showing that there was almost a berm-like side yard between the lane and the house. But at the end of the day, the committee did support the application.
Okay. So, members of committee on the application then? Carried? Carried. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Clark. Item number 2 is 813 Shefford Road, education development charges. We have one person registered to speak, and that is Mr. Michael Paulin. Mr. Paulin, you're in agreement with the recommendation? You don't need to speak to the committee as long as we're prepared to carry this item? Okay. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak to the issue of 813 Shefford Road education development charges? Okay, members of committee, is this item carried? Carried. Okay. Item number 3, status update, planning committee inquiries and motions for the period ending 21st of January 2014. I have no one registered to speak to the committee with respect to that item. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to the committee with respect to item number 3? Members of committee, is this item received? Received. Okay. Item number 4 is a revision to zoning bylaw 28250 to amend permitted residential driveway widths in the outer suburban communities and to clarify zoning language. We have one person registered to speak to the committee, and that's Mr. Robert Norris. Mr. Norris, are you here?
He said he might be late.
I know he did. He said he might be delayed. So
We had this communication.
we'll... Oh, okay. Perfect. We're going to hold it. We can come back to it. Okay, item number 5 is the zoning at 238 Britannia Road. We have one person registered to speak, Walter Yakovich. And Mr. Yakovich, are you here? Mr. Yakovich. Okay. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to the committee with respect to item number 5, 238 Britannia Road? Okay. I will note that Mr. Yakovich, I guess, sorry, has registered to speak, but wasn't in attendance. We'll note that in the minutes. Wasn't able to be here. And members of committee, is this item carried? Carried. Okay. Item number 6 has a number of speakers, I'm assuming in opposition. We've had this item before us before, which was many oppositions, so we'll hold that item and come back to it. Item number 7 is the zoning at 2168 10th Line Road. We have one person registered to speak to the committee with respect to that item, and that is Mr. Deneme. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak to the committee with respect to the zoning at 2168 10th Line Road? Mr. Deneme, you're in agreement with the staff recommendation? And you don't need to speak to the committee as long as we're prepared to carry this item? Okay. Members of committee, is this item carried? Carried. Item number 8 is the City of Ottawa National Capital Commission LeBreton Flats Land Use Agreement and Infrastructure Build-Over Policy, item number 8. I have no one registered to speak to the committee with respect to this item. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to the committee with respect to this item? Okay. Before we carry it, I just have one quick question. Who's answering a question on this? Okay. I just want to know, I want to know that the National Capital Commission agree with this and they're going to use this as their primary, their primary policy in determining appropriateness of build-over. Because I guess what we don't want to have happen is we have a set of policies that we think we're going to use and they have a different idea.
Mr. Chair, I can confirm that we've consulted with NCC in this regard, and the answer is yes to your question.
So they agree?
That's correct.
They're going to use this as the primary document by which we are going to determine overbuild, the appropriateness of overbuild of our infrastructure.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and do we have that in writing from them?
There's been emails that have gone back and forth in that regard.
Okay. I guess my concern is I don't want to be 6 months down the road and have you guys saying, well, now they don't agree after we've considered this. So just want to make sure that they're totally on board with this and this is the primary document that we're going to use.
I believe we're okay with this.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. McNair. Are there any members of committee, can we carry this item? Carried? Okay. Under information previously distributed, we have the Neighborhood Connection Office selected neighborhoods for 2014 funding. Can we receive this report?
Mr. Chair, I just have a comment to make on it.
Sure.
If you would allow me to do so.
Yep.
I just wanted to let the committee know and the audience know that the neighborhood program that the city initiated 2 years ago has been very successful in the programs that they've already put together, or projects. And this year they've selected 3 projects for this program, and one of those projects is in my ward in Stittsville, and it's presented by the Ottawa Stittsville Rotary Club, a project that they've been after for the last 5 years and trying to put it into place. And they're very happy that this project is going forward, and in their appreciation for this project to be, put on the table, as well as, having approval on it, they presented this morning with a cookie that describes the labyrinth that they're building in this Peace Park in Stittsville. And, we can share a piece of that cookie just to sweeten the deal even a little bit more. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you, Councillor, and thank the Rotary Club. It looks like we may be here for a little bit of while on item number 6, so we might enjoy a piece of that cookie. Anyway, thank you very much for that. Can we receive that item? Received? Okay. Let's go back to our held items, and the first held item is number 4.
Mr. Chairman, we have a presentation this morning, if you'd like
Okay.
a presentation. Tim Mormon, our lead planner on this file, has done a significant amount of work with consultation and research on this recommendation today, and I'm going to turn it over to Tim.
Thank you, Leanne, members of the committee, Mr. Chairman. So the issue that we're looking at here had to do with homeowners in suburban areas, and particularly in Stittsville and Barrhaven, where they were not permitted to widen their driveways to accommodate a second vehicle. When they would contact development information officers and ask zoning to find out whether they could do this, they were told they wouldn't be able to. The zoning governing driveway widths and locations is generally based on older development patterns, where lots and houses tended to be wider, and so those rules don't necessarily work with the newer forms of development that we see today. So the zoning consistency team was asked to review the driveway rules in the outer suburban areas to see if there was a way that we could make life easier for people in this situation. So when I say the outer suburban area, this is not something that's defined in the zoning bylaw as of yet, or the official plan. But this is what we're talking about. We're basically talking about, from the inner boundary of the greenbelt, going out to the boundary of the urban and rural areas, essentially. So it includes Canada, Stittsville, Barrhaven, Riverside South, Leitrim, and Orleans. And just to help sort of illustrate, the nature of the situation here, here we see this graphic shows you sort of what the patterns of vehicle ownership are. And you see a really big difference. There's obviously the green belt in the middle is the green belt. Inside the green belt, two-car households are pretty rare. You've got whole areas there where 80, 90, over 90% of households have only one or no cars at all. But once you get outside the green belt, two or more car households really are the norm. Don't want to overstate it. When we say two or more cars, most of those really are two-car households. Once you're into the rural area, you see three or more car households. But the multi-car household really is the predominant situation once you're on the other side of the green belt. So it can really be a problem if you've got somebody who doesn't have space for their second car. And so this sort of illustrates why we're looking at this for the outer suburban area, but not inside the green belt. So we started on this with a visual preference survey this summer. It ran for 10 weeks from the beginning of June through the middle of August. And what we did was we proposed different possible changes to the zoning bylaw that would alter what you're allowed to do with the driveway and how much of it would be allowed to occupy your front yard, or how much of your front yard it could occupy. This image you see right here is just an example of one of the more extreme sort of situations we proposed. We said, look, what if we change the rules in order to allow people to pave up to 2/3 of their front yards. There wasn't a very good response to this one. Most people did not want to see this happen anywhere. But we got an awfully big response to the survey as a whole. We got over 1,000 responses, including 500 comments that people wrote in the individual box, talking about why they liked certain things and why they didn't like certain other things. So really tremendous response and very good participation from the public to get a sense of how they felt about the issue. It's not the only issue, of course. There are other concerns, particularly technical concerns. In the end, we're recommending against increasing the proportion of the front yard that can be turned into driveways above the 50% limit. The 50% limit is under the current rules. That's an existing thing. We're not recommending going above that 50%. That's really for technical reasons. If you have wider driveways, you're talking about a loss of snow storage area. It's both for the property owners who have to push it off their driveway and for the city who needs to store the stuff when they push it off the road. You got to increase stormwater and meltwater runoff. You've got capital and maintenance costs. A whole really interesting technical discussion about surface versus curb drains and which one's more expensive to install and maintain and this sort of thing. Difficulty in maintaining separation distance from fire hydrants, less space for trees. There's just an awful lot of things that start to become a problem when you go too wide with your driveway. So that's why we're proposing to stick with the 50% limit and not proposing to go beyond that. So what does this amendment do? Well, it maintains that hard limit of 50% for driveways throughout the entire city. But in the outer suburban area, that area that we showed you earlier on, that we kind of defined, will allow driveways to extend into the extension of the side yard into the front yard, which clears up an earlier ambiguity. There was actually different interpretations as to whether you were allowed to expand your driveway by a meter into your side yard if it wasn't leading to a parking space that was beside the house. So just increasing that clarity itself is a very useful thing. It also allows driveways to project up to 1.8 meters, that's 6 feet, in front of the front wall of the residential use building, main wall of the house, where previously that's just an outright prohibition. And that was the main obstacle that people were finding when they wanted to widen their driveways. They found that they're allowed to get 50%, but part of that 50% is going to be located in a place they're not allowed to have it. So by getting rid of that outright restriction, it will free up some space for people to actually get the 50% that the zoning bylaw otherwise would allow them to do. In order to minimize the amount of just plain asphalt that takes over a lot, we're stipulating the driveway extensions in front of the house would have to be finished in some kind of non-asphalt material. Strictly speaking, materials that would meet the definition of hard landscaping in the zoning bylaw, so things like pavers, turf block, something that isn't asphalt or monolithic concrete. And the other thing the amendment does is it restructures the existing sections 107 and 109. These are sections that talk about location of parking and aisles and driveways. It takes those, restructures them so that they're a little bit more intuitive to work with. You can find the rule that you think you're looking for in the section that you think you'll find it. The existing bylaw sometimes is a little bit surprising in that regard, so we're hoping to make that very much easier for both the general public and for staff to use so that everybody can find out what's allowed and move forward quickly without spending a lot of time trying to interpret the bylaw. So, in summary, under the proposed rules, where can you put your driveway? Well, under the current zoning, you've got this outright prohibition on putting it in front of the main wall of the house. You've got sort of the way it was written, or sort of differing interpretations depending on the circumstances, whether you put it in the side yard. Well, we're clearing that up. We're saying up to 1.8 meters in front of the house, and yes, you can expand it into the side yard, even if it isn't leading to a parking space beside the house in the outer suburban areas. So this sort of clarifies what people would be allowed to do. In the end, the logic behind this is that urban context, and including and particularly the transportation options that are available in neighborhoods, should really inform parking rules. Let's face it, the suburbs are different from downtown and from the inner urban area. There's a different way of life. There's a different set of transportation options. We certainly still and always will, encourage dense and compact development and development that supports alternative transportation modes. But policy and zoning has to work in real time as well. It has to meet today's needs. So this proposed amendment is intended to make it easier for those households to meet today's needs without blocking those long-term goals, and to allow additional space for parking where they want it without unduly affecting things like aesthetics and green space and other considerations. Thanks very much.
Councillor Blaine and Councillor Hubley.
Thank you very much. If this amendment goes forward, what will be the approvals process for homeowners to go through? Or will there be one?
There is, strictly speaking, you don't need to get a permit to widen your driveway. Usually where it comes up is the private approach bylaw.
Yeah.
That's when these things get checked out. What really usually happens, from what we found in our research, is that someone will call the development information officer and will say, I'd like to widen my driveway, and I'm looking to put it here and put it there, and the development information officer looks at the bylaw and says, no, sorry, you're not allowed to put it there. In more extreme cases, people will see that their neighbor has done something that looks like widening their driveway, and what they've actually done is they've put a walkway that they're allowed to do, the 1.8 meter wide walkway in front of their house, and then they've parked in front of it, or parked on it. And so that person says, well, I'd like to be able to do that too. I'll call the development information officer, find out what I need to do, and then I'm told they can't do it. And then they're upset because they see that their neighbor appears to have broken the rules, and they're being told they can't do it. And so it's, you can't zone for good neighbors, and you can't zone for kind of peace in the community, right? But you can make it easier for everyone to understand what the rules actually are, so that when people do propose to do something, they can say what it is they want to do and get a clear answer on what it is, what's allowed.
I think that's important, but I'm not entirely sure your answer was clear, so I'm wondering how we're going to do that on the front line level. So I'm Joe, or I live in the suburbs, I want to widen my driveway, or just put in an interlock walkway that is perhaps wider because I have someone who needs wider space.
Yeah.
I don't need to call to get approval?
There actually isn't a permit to widen the driveway itself.
Now, if I do call, because I think there might be,
right,
what will the answer be?
The answer will be that, yes, you're allowed to extend your driveway up to 1.8 meters in front of your house.
So I want to go back to the private approach bylaw. We've had several instances in Orleans where homeowners have been told they can do it, but they can't do it for the last, 3 or 4 meters of their driveway, whatever the length is, because that actually encroaches into the road allowance, and that we then have utility problems, et cetera, especially if they have a light pole, you know, within the road allowance on their, in quotes, front yard. How is that going to be managed?
Right. Well, the zoning only regulates what happens on the private property. Once you're past the front lot line and onto the city boulevard, which is several meters wide, and that's the city's property, and that would be governed by, among other things, the private approach bylaw. Also, the fact that there's infrastructure or fire hydrants.
So how are we going to communicate to people that if you want to put interlock on the side of your driveway, fill your boots up to 1.8 meters, but you have to stop at the road allowance, which no one knows where their road allowance is on the property line. The city requires you as a homeowner to maintain that lawn in the city road allowance. So how do we differentiate for people? And if someone goes and does it, are all of a sudden they going to be faced with bylaw coming out saying, oh, by the way, you've got to tear up this $6,000 worth of interlock?
Right. We're going to make it a point to put this kind of information on the website so that people will know if they want to look up what they're allowed to do and what they're not allowed to do, what the restrictions are, that they can go to ottawa.ca, and find out the answers to these questions so that they'll know in advance of planning out their widening.
But this report speaks to aesthetics, and I think that aesthetics is very important when considering this. Is it not more aesthetically pleasing to allow the interlock to continue to the edge of the street through the road allowance instead of stopping and then having like grass protrude into this like L-shaped kind of weird scenario? Why wouldn't we change either the private approach bylaw or how the allowances are also dictated as well? Yeah.
Well, as it is now, the private approach bylaw limits you to 50% of the frontage. So the private approach bylaw, as long as you were sticking to 50% of your front yard, you would generally, the two would tend to align.
Even into the road allowance?
It would, yeah. If the private approach bylaw limits you to 50% and there's no other reason not to allow that to happen, right? There's a light post in the way, there's a fire hydrant, what have you, right? Yeah. Then those two bylaws will be aligned in terms of what's allowed. You're not going to have one bylaw saying you're allowed to do this and the other one saying you're not allowed to.
Well, I want to make sure that's abundantly clear because at present homeowners are being told they can't because of utilities or light posts or Canada posts or whatever the issue happens to be.
Right. Well, that would be a different issue. I mean, if there's a situation where there's a light post or there's a fire hydrant, any number of those things that need to be where they are, transformer box.
So this is part of my concern. If there's no approvals process, how am I supposed to know that on my property it's okay, but on my neighbor's property where there's a light posts, he has to go or she has to go through a completely different process to get approval? Why wouldn't we simplify it and say, you don't necessarily need approval, but everyone should call or everyone should get an evaluation or something? Yeah. How am I supposed to know that the process for me is different than the process for my neighbor?
Right. Well, we certainly do encourage people, and I'll repeat it for anyone who's listening, definitely, if you're planning to do something on your property, by all means, contact the development information officers. That's what they're there for. They're there to answer your questions as to what it is you're proposing to do, and you can find out before you start. Like the hydro people say, call before you dig.
Sure. So on the website or whatever we're having, it's going to say you don't need to call us, but we recommend that you do. In bold,
something along those lines,
something like that. Okay, yeah. I think that's pretty important because I've had homeowners rip up tens of thousands of dollars worth of interlock because they've been told they can't. Other homeowners have been asking for extensions. They've been getting the extension. So homeowner A is upset that they just wasted $10,000 while homeowner B has no consequences whatsoever. And now this makes homeowner B compliant. And I have no problem with that. I support it, but it creates a division in the community and uncertainty for people who are trying to make these renovations to their property.
Sure.
This is kind of connected, and it's also connected to the process that we're going through with the suburban review. But, it's not really relevant to the report. I suppose we're going to say it anyways. I think we need to evaluate the length of driveways. We've got communities, especially some developers are pitching that their houses are closer to the street than others. The driveways aren't long enough to fit in a mid-sized pickup truck with a trailer hitch. The trailer hitch extends into the sidewalk, so they can't even park their car in their driveway. So I think we seriously need to take a look at the length of driveways as well, not simply the width. Because if I have a minivan or a pickup truck and I can't actually legally park it in my driveway, that's a problem, right? Or the garage depth isn't big enough to fit a minivan. Like, even if most families don't park their car in the garage anymore, but even if you did, you couldn't actually fit your car into the garage because it's not big enough, that's a problem. So we need to be looking at our standards for, I guess, garage size and length, the length, excuse me, of the driveways. And if it means some developers lose their marketing advantage, you know, such as life, but these are not minor inconveniences for people. These are pretty big factors when purchasing a home.
I'm glad you brought that up, Councillor, because at the back of the report, we do have that whole section you've seen in the report, but, you know, in the course of looking at the issue of suburban parking and on narrow lots and the various sort of things that maybe trip over each other, we really did find out a lot of really useful stuff about what the situation actually is out there, and we were recommending a set of, call them observations, to the Building Better Suburbs working group, and they have to do with, you know, what is the root cause of some of these problems, and some of them are exactly what you said. You know, should we be requiring that garages be set back farther than they currently are, at least far enough that an entire parking space? There's a lot of moving parts, right? But a number of other things that could result, you know, later on in avoiding this sort of problem.
Sure.
You know, wider lots, having their driveways be longer, having townhouses be accessed from rear yards. You know, you've got a lot of stuff competing for that frontage in front. You know, trees, grass, snow, garbage, everything. You know, which is to say, the points you raise are perfectly valid.
So I have two follow-up questions. You talked about monolithic concrete. That's just like, with stamped concrete, I just want to understand that I know what you're talking about, monolithic concrete. If someone wants to do stamped concrete like they do around their pool, is that okay? Or is it not okay?
I guess the idea is monolithic concrete is sort of like we have on sidewalks. I mean, at a certain point, it's, you know, pavers, right?
Fair enough. The other thing is operations. How is this going to apply to end units, particularly, you know, so units on corners of streets? They end up with more snow in their yard because of the way how operations works. How are we going to deal with the scenario where we're now pushing snow into this new section of driveway, and they've got to now shovel more of the city snow off the street,
right? Because
the cubic meters of that space would have been holding the snow previous, and now it's not.
I think we're expecting that this is part of why we keep the 50%, the existing 50% rule. That wouldn't change things that much.
Okay.
That's certainly the hope and the expectation.
Okay. I can get your extension to have operations call you on that when I get the complaint next snowstorm?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hubley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a question. Like, you're showing us diagrams here of the houses with garages. What's the impact for homes without garages?
In the case of homes without garages, I mean, it would depend on the configuration of the lot. A lot of the time those will have, and I'm thinking about the house that I grew up in Orleans, you know, they generally have a side yard that you could park a car in. That's generally sort of the idea there. So the 50% rule would apply. You would be allowed to use up to 1.8 meters, 6 feet, in front of the house to widen your driveway if you so chose.
So you could go in front of the house part then?
Yes, you could.
If taking your diagram, if you take out that section for the garage, you could still go that far into your yard in a house without a garage?
Yes, you could, as long as the driveway as a whole was leading to a parking space somewhere. So yeah.
Okay. Now, it wasn't clear here. Has Public Works signed off on this, especially on the snow storage issue?
Public Works expressed concern about particularly about the prospect of increasing the proportion of the front yard that's allowed to be driveway, going over 50%. That was the one that really sounded the alarm bells with them. There was one of the images in the visual preference survey where we proposed, just to get what people would think, what if we remove that limit entirely so that, for example, someone in a townhouse could pave their entire front yard? Just to see what people said. And their response to that was they were very concerned. Basically, going over 50% is something that they were very they warned about for the reasons that I outlined up above. You know,
I'm taking from what you're telling us here that this wouldn't even apply to towns, like the ones in the newer developments that basically just have a very small front yard. they can't make any change there, right?
In practice, on a narrow townhouse lot, as narrow as 5.5 feet, 18 feet, right? 50% would be 9 meters wide. That's wide enough for a single wide driveway. 9 feet, yeah.
9 feet. So, because we're seeing issues there already where, this winter, for example, they were at capacity for snow storage before the end of December. And so what happens? It comes out on the street, it adds cost to the city's public works budget, right? So they're on side for this, okay. The other question is curb cuts. If I read this correctly, you're saying now that if you want to extend the driveway to this number, you can also come down and do the curb cut, whereas, for example, in Canada before, you could extend your driveway, but it was done as a fan shape because you could not cut the curb.
Right. That would be governed by the private approach bylaw. The private approach bylaw limits you to 50%. So depending on the width of your lot and your setbacks, in some cases people would, they would leave the curb cut as it is, and they would, as you say, have it kind of fan or bulb out as they get deeper into the lot. If you have a lot with a shallower setback, that's a little bit harder to make work. But again, this aligns with the requirements and the limits of the private approach bylaw. So curb cuts not going over 50%.
They're not. Okay.
They're not.
Again, we've talked to our engineers and so on about this because we're now using curbs to funnel stormwater, for example. If we start taking these curbs out, we're going to have to go back and redo all the modeling on stormwater.
Right. Yes, well, this was again, there was their concern about going over 50% over the status quo, was because you would, in some cases, would have to replace a curb drain with a surface drain and with all the sort of side effects that entails. That's why we decided not to go over 50%. That was really the driving factor.
Okay, and then did you foresee when you were looking at this, if we change the size of the front yards, do you...
Sorry, Councillor, I'm not clear that last one. Are we cutting curbs or are we not?
If somebody wants to widen their driveway where it comes out onto the public right-of-way, that would be subject to the private approach bylaw. It's not part of the zoning.
Okay, so
they can't cut it, right?
Can't apply for it.
We're not.
Well, let's get someone who, I appreciate, let's get someone here who...
It's his report. I can tell you the intent. I can tell you the institute. Mr. Chair, that never was the intent, because we, as part of our Building Better Suburbs, we don't, and parking has been part of it, for example, as have the laneways and the trees and the other stuff that's come up. The fact is, we already have a problem with parking, and we were just talking about this. And so this is basically what's before us is the old Nepean bylaw, the approach that Nepean took. And that's why we have it throughout Barrhaven, for example. And so what you see is, you don't see road cuts. What you see is a fan shape, right? So it comes up like this. I have not got one example I can show you where anybody has ever cut the road.
So what is your understanding? We appreciate the intent, Councillor, but these guys are the ones who are going to go away and make...
Yeah.
So is your understanding that once that we're not going to be allowing curb cuts to accommodate the new proposed zoning, or are we?
There would be no change to the current approach.
What is the current approach?
You have to apply.
Okay. Private approach bylaw.
You have to apply for a curb cut.
Through the private approach bylaw.
Right, and currently the private approach bylaw would prohibit a cut.
It limits it to 50%.
Limits to 50%. But whether they could do it or whether they couldn't do it, okay. So we have to...
I think, Mr. Chair, if we could maybe Mr. Mark could help us with this, because if we pass this amendment, would someone have the ability to then go and ask for the curb cuts based on this?
Mr. Chairman, with this new approach, this does not impact the current private approach bylaw, so there is no change.
Okay, so we're going to, but what does the private approach bylaw say? So, Mr. Mark, if you could just quickly look up the private approach bylaw and help us determine whether or not it can or can't be cut, and we'll continue with your question.
Okay,
Mr.
sure.
Mark,
With the understanding this is a deal breaker. because, Mr. Chair, we spent too much money on modeling for stormwater and everything to start going around and changing that so that the water is going to flow into people's new driveways. So one other question on that, if I may, is do we envision any need to be cutting the trees and things like that on these lots if we're going to start putting in driveways? Or is the city tree bylaw will still apply?
The city's tree bylaw would still apply.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, did you, I see what you've got here. I'm just wondering if you, someone else mentioned earlier the need to look at the length of driveways, but I'm still looking for some solution for the townhouses and the newer development that we're seeing based on the intensification policies of the city. We're seeing where they have a very short driveway. As your report mentions, they quickly, the garage turns into some sort of living or storing space. And, we're getting residents calling and saying, well, why isn't the city providing me on-street parking or visitor parking lots and things like that? So did you do any looking at that as, down the road we could come out with a solution for these new neighborhoods that are really feeling the pinch on parking?
There are certainly some approaches that could be taken. Among them, for example, on-street permit parking, as we have in some of the inner areas. If somebody has a second vehicle that they don't want to or can't put in their garage and in their driveway, that they would be able to purchase an on-street parking permit that would give them the certainty that they are.
I thought they could do that now by temporary permits or whatever for cars, but that doesn't give us a solution. For example, in the wintertime when we're trying to do snow removal, we don't want more cars on the streets. We can't clear the streets. Yeah. We've got to either come up with visitor lots or some kind of a other plan. Maybe it is longer driveways. Who knows?
Yeah. These are all things that Building Better Suburbs is going to be looking at, because it really is. It's bigger than just where you can put your driveway on a lot, and there's knock-on consequences.
So when do you expect to report back on that?
My understanding is that is coming in June of this year. I believe June 6th, but don't hold me to the date.
Good. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Maybe you can contrast for me. We see the amendments to the zoning. We know that a lot of it is governed by the private approach bylaw. So for those people who are in the inner urban area, for example, I guess inner urban area, what is the current zoning on a 60-foot lot? As long as they're out of the side yard, right, they would be allowed 60-foot, would probably get them the full 9 meters. They could have a 9-meter driveway, wide driveway.
60-foot.
As long as...
Yes, 50% of the lot would be 60 feet is 9 feet. 9 meters.
9 meters.
Yes, they'd be able to get that, yeah, on a lot that was wide.
As long as they're not encroaching into the side yard.
That's right. And they would be allowed to encroach into the side yard if that encroachment leads to a parking space that's located
in the back,
in the back or in the side yard behind the front.
Right. So so whether it's, you have some houses that would have, you drive right by the house and back into the, so you can encroach in that regard. But if you've got 3 feet of house, your driveway, and a driveway leading to a parking spot, you can come right up to the house edge because you're no longer in the side yard, right? So and you would come, and then you could come 9 meters wider to give you that aisle.
9 meters wider.
No, 9 meters from the edge of the house. As long as that 9 meters is not more than 50%.
That's right, but within the outside of the outer suburban area, so within the greenbelt, you would not be able to project in front of the house. You would not be able to.
So the definition of projecting in front of the house is?
It's the main wall, the front wall of the residential use building, which is zoning speak. It means basically the part that isn't the garage.
What's that?
It's the front wall of the house that isn't the part that has the garage in it. So if you're looking at a house straight on, you've got the garage, and then you've got the part that people would kind of think of as, oh, that's the main part of the house.
Yeah.
That's the part where you're not allowed to project.
Right.
Yeah. You are still allowed to put the 1.8 meter wide
So,
walkway.
but you're allowed to have the walkway
Yes.
in front. But in this case, you wouldn't allow to, and that's included in your 9 meters, is that correct?
The walkway is not included in the 9 meters,
Okay,
under either the current or the proposed.
right. So exactly what they do, right? I'm just trying to get to the difference that people would have in and understanding that their houses traditionally are set further back from the street, right? So not only do you have an opportunity to make it wider, you have an opportunity to make it is longer by its very nature. And what this is allowing you to do is, because it's not as long and it's closer to the street, you're allowing it to be a little wider, as long as it doesn't accommodate, it doesn't bridge that 50% gap.
That's right.
Right. So the difference is, you can go into the front of the house,
Yes.
you can go into the side yard, right?
That's correct.
But you're subject to the same criteria that an inner urban area home would be from a 50% perspective.
That's correct.
But we need to recognize that the difference in the inner urban area is that the driveways are longer, and some of those, and the lots are bigger, and the houses are configured quite a bit differently.
Exactly. And the existing rules were sort of built around that sort of arrangement, right?
Right.
So.
Right, okay. Okay, Councillor Blois. Oh, and I will in a second.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before my jaded self starts to come through and I start to sound cynical about this, I do want to acknowledge the positives in here. And I think, but starting off, I think the 50% limit is a positive. I think it sort of maintains the spirit of it. But what it really comes down to is, and I also acknowledge, the task you've been assigned in terms of trying to fix a lingering, ongoing problem that we've been dealing with for a long time, and it's come to a head here now. But the holy grail of building a better suburb, this is really sort of one of these things where the rubber hits the road. And I think this morning the Sun column on this really shows a number of reactions to it. This is what people can relate to. This is what they understand. It hits home. And people are jumping on it and commenting like crazy. And I don't even read the comments. I try to keep my eyes above that line. But this is not a new issue. And I think somewhere along the way, the planning department's got to look at this and say, so what happened here? We started 20-some-odd years ago. We did these alternate standard developments, right? Pilots out there in different suburbs. And we learned very quickly, not enough space for snow storage, narrow driveways, narrow roads, parking issues. All those problems came together, and we talked about the pilot, identified this, so then we just kept repeating it. Like the pilots became regular. So now we face this this issue that's been going on, and I think Councillor Blaise said it correctly. It comes down to the standards we use in building the suburbs. And as long as we continue those standards, we're going to have issues like this. And I liked your little example about somebody who phoned the city and asked for permission. Well, I can tell you, one of the first streets we did, they didn't ask for permission. 27 driveways got widened before one person asked for permission. And when he was told no, he went and ratted on the other 27, and I'm out there with a bylaw officer. Even now, brand new streets, and I almost wish the bylaw officer was here to give the living example. Brand new streets that are like a year or two old, I'd say there's like 1/3 conversion has happened already. Not because they asked for permission. We're going back after the fact saying you can't do this, you can't do this. So there's a bit of a Band-Aid approach here. But the other thing I want to talk about is we're getting, and the premise, of course, all started with planners telling us we're going to have smaller cars, fewer cars, these tighter suburbs so we can get more density. And what I can show you now, and I wish I brought one picture where it's not smaller cars, fewer cars, it's actually 2 SUVs and a city truck parked on the lawn. And I won't identify the city truck. But garage conversions, we're allowing garage conversions in some cases. That impacts on this too. Is there any consideration? I don't see that in the report.
Well, the garage typically is the is the parking space that is required. It's the one that's required under the zoning bylaw, and so that's usually where that is actually located. So if somebody is going to, on a typical lot, to the extent that this exists, right, typical lot, if somebody's going to convert their garage to something else, they're going to make it a bedroom or whatever, they still need to deal with the fact that they're going to, they have to have a parking space somewhere. And depending on what the configuration of their lot is, they might put it beside the house if they have a wide enough side yard, or somewhere else. So there are other kind of safeguards to
But we have, like, I actually have examples of where we've given them permission to convert their garage into their family room, and then they widen the driveway. So when we gave them permission, we didn't give them permission to widen the driveway. We just said, go ahead and convert.
Yes. It's a fair point. I guess all I can say is that, you're right that we need to do our suburbs in such a way that they work even under conditions that are not the expected. They need to have that forehandedness and that adaptability to a reasonable range of adaptive behaviors, because not everybody lives the same way, even in the suburbs. Not everybody does the same thing. So this is certainly something that Building Better Suburbs is looking at, and making sure that we build things that are more flexible in terms of responding to different lifestyles.
Now, one of the, and I don't know if Councillor Hubley mentioned it or somebody whispered over here, when we start widening, first of all, there are parking rules. How much space between how much space between a vehicle and a driveway. When we start widening, the available parking on the street basically gets eliminated, because there isn't sufficient room even for a small car to park. And I don't see that really addressed. So while somebody gains a parking spot in front of their house, we lose it on the street. The other thing that's happening now is, because we've built these narrow roads, and as we get snowfalls, we're banning, let's say from December 1st to March 31st, we're banning on-street parking on one side of the road. I don't see that referenced in here in terms of impact and how that would be addressed.
Yeah. As far as, enforcement of on-street parking, that's kind of outside of zoning.
Okay. I don't want the enforcement part we deal with all the time, right? Right. We're out there often enough, and we get caught between neighbors. But it's the recognition that design, the standards and the design, and then when we make changes like this, and I won't call this a Band-Aid approach, because that's not what it is. I think it's trying to fix an existing problem. But there are other things that are happening there on the street, and we don't seem to either acknowledge it and try to assess what the impact will be there. And one of them is temporary no parking during the winter, no parking. So is there any consideration being given to that?
Yeah, I think outside of, again, Building Better Suburbs is supposed to address some of these things. In terms of managing the finite supply of curb frontage where people can park, and the fact that at certain times it's not available. And I don't want to suggest something that's going to kind of create a whole project for another department. But just as an example of how this is dealt with, for example, in the city, where there is a certain amount of on-street parking, but in the middle of winter there's got to be some snow removal. There's the signs that go up and say, between this time and this time we're going to be clearing snow, so don't park here. That's sort of on an event-by-event basis, kind of as they go from one street to another, clearing the snow, signaling to everyone on that street that this is a place where we're about to be coming to clear snow, so don't leave your car here. I could see that being something that that really is outside.
Yeah, that's a side issue, and
it really is
about that. I mean, my issue really is, and it's happening more and more, where because the roads get so narrow that you can't allow parking on one side in the wintertime, right? And I don't see that being considered or addressed. The other issue, though, is we talk about 50%, but we know 50% isn't really 50%, because people park on their walkway, and so you got 50% plus the walkway, which becomes part of a new parking area. Any thought on that?
Well, it's not a change from what we currently have. When we undertook this, we were looking for ways to find a way, if at all possible, for people to be able to get some more width for parking, as long as it didn't prejudice those other things. So we didn't really look at reducing things. So under the current bylaw, you can have your 50%, and as long as it meets all the the requirements of the driveway, you were also allowed to have your walkway of 1.8 meters. We didn't look at changing that. Certainly what some people do is they have their driveway to whatever width they're able to get, allowed to, subject to all the rules, and then they'll have their walkway, which 6 feet is quite wide, and they will park on that. Yeah. One of the things that this changes, actually, is that because that 1.8 meters that we allow a driveway to expand in front of the house, I simplified it in the presentation a little bit, but the combined expansion of your driveway and any walkway you have in front of the house cannot exceed 1.8 meters.
Right.
So it doesn't, what this prevents is that you don't get to expand your driveway by 1.8 meters and then on top of that have another 1.8 meters for a walkway. What it really does is that when somebody who previously would have said, okay, I'm going to put a walkway in here and then kind of go and park on it, it allows them to basically be straight about what it is they're doing. They say, okay, I want to widen my driveway. It ends up being a very similar physical result to what the current bylaw allows there. It just makes it clearer for people. It makes them feel less like the zoning bylaw is this, impenetrable thing.
Well, I guess, and my final comment, Mr. Chair, is while we make some folks happy, there are people that we've had them take out their interlock expansions and all that. So when we go back there, I'm sure those people will be reminding us of the proactive enforcement we took about a year ago on them. So, thank you.
And as I understand, Mr. Mark has looked up the private approach bylaw, and although not the intent, if someone complied with the zoning and could build, was within the 50% of the yards, and then applied through the private approach bylaw, which says that a 2.9 meters, Mr. Mark? 2.9 meters, minimum 2.9 meters, maximum 9, no more than 50%.
2.4 meters minimum, maximum 9, no more than 50%.
Right. So if I would apply under that, and I met the zoning criteria, and I was at 50%, and I didn't meet those things, they would grant me a curb cut for what I had proposed, which is in opposition to what Councillor Hubley and Councillor Harder have said. So if we're going to adopt that, and we don't want a curb cut as wide as that, we're going to have to amend the private approach bylaw. So is that the intent?
I would like to move that amendment.
Okay, so we're going to find out how you do that. Mr. Mark is going to find.
I'm working on it, Mr. Chair.
Yes, and if you'd advise Councillor Hubley is prepared to move that forward. Okay? Okay, Councillor Caudry is next. Oh, Councillor, before you go ahead, let me ask if Robert Norris is here. Mr. Norris, are you here? Okay, he was the one person who requested an opportunity to speak. It is now 10:35. He is not here, so I think we just go on with the public hearing portion. And we have correspondence from him. So, Councillor Caudry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'm glad that I put this item on the table a couple of months back to have this review done. My concern, though, coming back to Councillor Hubley's question about private encroach bylaws, in most new suburban development, we're building what we call mountable curbs. And in those cases, most of the residents that are widening the laneways or putting in a sidewalk, they're going over that mountable curb. So what need would there be for them to get that road cut permit? Because they don't need it. In the olden day, or in the older subdivisions, there was those high curbs where the people did have to get a permit to cut those curbs in order to access the road. In the new subdivision, they're not doing that. So how are we going to approach that particular issue?
Well, I suppose, in the places where there's a mountable curb, they wouldn't need the curb cut, and so it would really come down to them sticking to the 50%, hopefully, but without any need for something on the private approach bylaw, I don't think there would be. They wouldn't need to get a permit for that. If there's city infrastructure that they're going to be affecting by doing that's a different issue. Again, it's a fire hydrant or a lamp post or a transformer box or if it's stuff that doesn't belong to them, then that would be trees. That would be a different issue, but I'm not sure if that would be something that we would deal with under the private approach bylaw. That would just be you can't knock down our lampposts.
No, I understand that, Mr. Mormon. I do thank you for that answer. My concern still is that if we're going to live with some kind of guideline, let's call it that, besides the 50%, then we should be looking at this private encroachment bylaw to say in newer subdivision they don't need a permit to cut the curb. Consequently, there should be other rules or other guidelines for them not to go freely onto the curb and onto the city right away.
Yeah. I think this is one of the many things that we're looking at through the Building Better Suburbs project to make sure that all of the regulatory pieces and the rules, the intent of them, meet the letter of them, and make sure they all fit well together to make sure that we actually get the outcomes that we want to see and that we prevent the things that we're most trying to avoid. So that's all part of that.
Thank you, Mr. Mormon. In terms of that was the point I was trying to bring out, that this report is not the let's not call it the final version, because in terms of the newer suburbs that are being developed, we have to look at the entire policies in terms of not only the parking issue, but other issues, whether they be planting trees on the roadways or in the private encroachment area, and also to look at the length of the driveways, more importantly, to look at the construction and the design of the garages, which today are not capable of storing a large-sized vehicle in them. So, or even some cases not even a small size one. So that's what's creating our problems. So at least we're addressing, what I can see with this is the issues that have, nagged the city for years. We're at least addressing those issues, because right now what's happening, if a bylaw officer goes and enforces on one laneway and an item like this, the neighbor complains and says, well, what about the one next door or the one after that? So at least with this amendment, we're actually addressing those kind of issues. Going forward, the work of the Better Suburbs Committee is very important in terms of how we design our future subdivisions, from a parking perspective, from a tree conservation perspective, from drainage perspective. All of those things have to be looked at as we go to smaller lots, and I just wanted a confirmation on that.
Absolutely, Councillor. Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Probably know that all the outlying communities, this is a huge, huge problem. And I had a public meeting on this about 10 days ago. I found one townhouse with 5 single guys living there have 5 cars. I had a call yesterday from a resident in another street that says she's moving because the townhouse next to them has 6 cars, because they have the parents and the kids living there and the teenagers, and they all have cars. And they park them illegally all over the place. And I think we're really getting into a problem, and because the transit system we have is such that they won't use it because it's not reliable and it's very, very slow, and most of the area isn't covered by it at all. Remember that in the last 3 years we've had no increase in transit routes anywhere, and yet we've had huge growth in the outlying community, so large areas have no transit, at least not within a current. So we have this problem created in our parking. What these 5 guys have done is they have actually covered their whole front lawn. It's all illegal, but I'm wondering, one of the questions I have is there hasn't been a lot of enforcement. In fact, the bylaw people have been out there many times and said until this is passed, they're not going to make enforcement. But how are we going to go about doing that for what's existing there? Because I think what Councillor Hubley said was very clear about the drainage issues.
With all due respect, he's not a bylaw officer, he's a planner, and,
I'm not talking anything differently than the others have already talked about.
So that what you need, I know, but I'm trying to, we're drifting away, and we've got...
What I'm trying to see is where we can get some resolution to this. Because you show a single-family lot here. Okay? It has a side yard. The townhouses don't.
Councillor, there has been enforcement, and that's been the genesis of this issue. Councillor Harder can speak to that.
Actually, Mr. Chair, we have a problem. Enforcing is not going to solve the problem. Unless you're going to drive people to live in Manitoba. That's
why we're here, Councillor.
The city of Ottawa. They move to other places like Almont and places like that where they can have more space. It's in making these changes, there may be in some townhouses may have a little bit. But I think the points that were made by Councillor Bullis about the street widths and parking, and for example, in this one street, the plow started to go down to plow it. The cars hadn't gotten off, even though it was a nice snow night. He just backed up and left the street. So now nobody can get out because the street hasn't been plowed, because there is no place. What they asked at this meeting was, is it possible to let people, on the nights we have the snow advisories, park on their lawns, clear it off and park on their lawns to get them off the street? Because where are they going to take those cars? And we can say they shouldn't have the cars, but they do, and we don't control that. So is there any solution other than the 50% lot, which doesn't work for the townhouses, it works for the single families, where the city could make some provisions for parking? Parking on the street's not the answer. One of them was given a permit to park on the street, but you can't use it in there. I mean, it's wasted his money because you can't use it there. There's no signage.
I think, to the first point, for enforcement to work, you first have to have rules that are very clear so that people can understand what is going to be enforced. And so this is a step that we're taking towards that, to make sure that the rules are clearer. So as a first step towards making sure that they're enforced.
But the 50% rule's always been there.
There's elements of it that have changed here, but the way we've rewritten it, it'll be clearer and easier for people to understand. As far as what to do when there is snow removal, I mean, we recognize that that's a problem and an issue. It's one that we're looking at, particularly through building better suburbs in a kind of a more holistic way, to look at how all the pieces fit together, not just one element of it. That's really all I can say at this point.
You haven't looked at where we could get off-street parking at all for those places where they can't use this new rule?
Okay. We haven't looked at that through this now.
So I'll have to look at that differently. The other point you raised is, one is tree cutting, and you sure the tree bylaw, but that's only for big trees. These people along the street, they've been cutting the trees.
Okay.
They've been cutting trees to put things in. Well, in many places you can't, in my area as well. But we've all got those kind of places. So there has to be very clear is it going to be very clear in the bylaw that to do this they can't cut a tree? Because when the development goes in, every house gets a tree. And the people are saying they're now, when they want to widen their drivings, it's in the way, they cut it down, and it's changing the whole streetscape.
Well, we haven't made that explicit in the proposed bylaw. It's not in the existing one. So, I mean, if the tree is on city property, then you're not allowed to cut it. It doesn't belong to you.
They still do.
So, yeah.
And they're not always on the city property, and they're not always big enough to have the tree bylaw come in. So that's going to be a continuing problem there. The other concern that was raised is, you said they weren't going to have any registration or anything. I really think there should be some way that to do this, they call in, and there's just a record kept of the people who got the information, so you know who has it. Because what happens in a street, one person does something in the laneway, and somebody else sees it, and they talk to them, they don't talk to the city, and then they do something even a bit bigger, and they don't know the rules, and then it just cascades down the whole street. If we had some sort of call it a registry or whatever it is, that if you're going to do this, so that the city, and that would be very helpful for bylaw, I would think, because they have a really difficult time with this issue, and it's not fair to put it on their shoulders completely.
And I think that's an issue you need to take up with bylaw. The bylaw is tasked with taking away the work of the planning department and enforcing it. And I don't think, and Ms. Snedden's a smart woman, Mr. Mormon's a good planner, but I'm not convinced that they could tell you how bylaw is going to react to this. So, if we really need to drill down on what information bylaw needs, then bylaw needs to be at the table.
Yeah, and it should be consistent, because I know the bylaw officer that was at my meeting, one of the people in the audience said another bylaw officer told them something was contradictory to what he was saying. So I think it needs to be very, very clear to them, because it is a tricky job, and they have a lot of information they have to keep. The last question really is on the size of garages. I know this isn't your problem, but with the other study that's going on, the garages are getting smaller and smaller. Sometimes you can't even get out of your car when it goes into the garage. I had one where they put a stairway in, and you couldn't even get the car in the garage. So I was just looking at whether, because people need snow blowers and lawn mowers and all sorts of things, they put those in the garage, then they can't put their car in. there's some way of looking in the future, when you're looking at the suburban one, at least to say, maybe we should have 1.5 garages instead of a single one, so there's room for equipment and a car, because otherwise we end up only with the driveway. And now driveways are getting shorter and shorter, so that's one car, and almost everybody has 2 or 3 or more.
Mr. Chairman, just to respond to the comments that the councillor is making, and we're certainly hearing a lot of comments today around this particular topic. Just to remind committee that we were asked to bring forward this particular situation. So staff have gone and done the review and the consultation, and so we have come back with a recommendation to you on what we were asked to find. The issues that are being brought up today are all very valid issues, and we will be through the Building Better, Smarter Suburbs project, we'll be looking at these issues. So we certainly appreciate hearing your feedback today on these. When you make a change, there's obviously things that impact those changes, and staff have reviewed the impacts to this particular change, and we're very confident that this is going to improve your suburban communities, specifically around this issue, and those others that you have identified here today, we will certainly be looking at those through the project that Councillor Harder and Councillor Caudry are sponsoring. So you've got 2 very committed folks on your committee that are going to be ensuring that your issues are championed through that next review.
Thank you. That's why I raised it, just because I know you're doing that review, and I think it is something to look at, and we'll all be taking part in that. Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah, I realize that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And basically, I support what's going ahead, but I just wanted to be clear, it's not going to resolve all of the issues, and it's particularly not going to resolve them in the townhouse areas, which is back where it's most acute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I do have some concerns about the operational issues that will come about, specifically about bylaw enforcement and road cuts, and I think Councillor Hubler will be addressing that shortly. I would like to propose perhaps that as we go through the Building Better Suburbs process, that we have some kind of forum or blue sky session for all councillors on planning committee, or perhaps suburban councillors, similar to the strategic planning session we had at the beginning of the term, simply because I think there are a significant number of issues that debating it at committee when the report comes forward for 45 minutes won't be enough, that perhaps a half-day or full-day session bouncing ideas off each other might be appropriate for staff to hear what we come up with.
So are you asking me to arrange that for you, Councillor?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll do it.
Thank you.
Okay. Good. Councillor Hubler.
Thank you,
You have a
Mr.
motion
Chair.
now, Councillor. Right?
Do you want me to do the motion?
I do. I want you to speak to the motion and then offer your...
Okay, I have one additional question on that. Do you want me to do the question first or the motion?
Doesn't matter. It's whatever suits you.
Well, I'll just ask the question then first and then go to the motion. Where you talked about not using asphalt or concrete on the sides, when we publicize this amendment, will we be offering options, like what we mean by that, like what they can use, such as paving stones, different things like that? Is there a plan to do that?
Yes, we will. Yeah, we'll be referring to what materials are allowed. It's the materials that we would have simply said hard landscaping, except in the zoning bylaw, hard landscaping is by definition something that you're not parking on.
Right.
Aside from the fact that people would be parking on it, we would be saying the same materials as hard landscaping. And that's things like paved stones, turf block, that sort of thing.
What about, and my colleague, Councillor Blows, and the Eastern Bloc, Tierney and Blay, I love this. There's an Orleans business that creates a thing called Lock Grid, and I brought a copy of it. And what it does, this is something I'd like to see put on there, because they put these things in your yard so that you can drive over them, but it holds the earth in place so that you'll still grow grass. And my understanding is it was always a military application, but now it's going to be available for homeowners. So you're not going to see a Canada councillor promoting Orleans business too often around here. But this is a great idea, so I'd like to see, I'll forward it to you, I'd like to see something like this listed as one of the alternatives for people to consider.
Please do, Councillor, yes.
Thank you. Now, the motion, so I'll go right to the therefore be it resolved. that staff prepare an amendment to the private approach bylaw that will have the effect of limiting curb cuts to that which would be permitted with the zoning in place today.
So, and that gets at your issue, Councillor, that you don't, if we're allowing you can allow the fan, right. You come in and you branch out, but you don't want the larger cut.
Yeah, we don't want them, basically doing a fan approach to the driveway so that the curbs stay in place, because we need them for parking, for storm water management, for various reasons. Those curbs are very important to the neighborhoods.
Which is exactly what Councillor Harder indicated was the intent of this.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
But we want to protect ourselves and make sure that there's no confusion going forward if we pass this amendment or pass this bylaw. So I'd like to have the amendment if I could.
Okay. So, thank you, Councillor. You're done. Councillor Blows, did you have one last question?
I had a question which Ms. Sneddon already anticipated, I think coming from everybody, about how building better suburbs was going to address this. So she's preempted that question. But the one thing that came to mind, we talked about, whether it's consultation, awareness, and everything else. And I looked in the report, we talk about the consultation that took place, the public notification. The one thing that comes up, though, repeatedly as we deal with brand new suburbs where people within days are widening driveways, and when you try to counter what they're doing, they say, well, nobody told us. You weren't, like, actually, I've had them say to me, you should have been out here the day we moved in to tell us what we couldn't do, which isn't really practical. But is there a way of notifying new residents in new areas, and whether it's a condition we put in on developers themselves, and I don't know, like, it's just something I want to send away with you as we move forward. It doesn't directly apply here. It applies more as we move forward.
Mr. Chairman, we'll take that as a takeaway to kind of look at that. Councillor, point well taken in terms of education for homeowners.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Is there any other questions or speakers on this item? Councillor Harder wants to speak to it. So, Councillor?
Yeah, thank you. Well, first of all, I want to say that I was under the impression, because I was told that someone from bylaw would have been here today, which would have been great benefit to Tim, because I do appreciate the fact that you've been stick handling this somewhat and taken into areas that you have no expertise in, really. So I apologize that we got so sidetracked, but clearly, from all the conversation today, it clearly shows why it's so important that we're finally doing the building better, smarter suburbs, because we are different. Mm-hmm. Our lifestyles are different. And this is really about providing the people who live there and choose to live there an option to make their life more livable. We want to do it in a smart way. The reason that it's coming forward in advance of the rest of the work is very simple. Bylaw needs this. Because all over the place, we have people who are going ahead. Right now, it's not an issue with all the snow and everything else that we have. The people are going to be out widening their laneway in any fashion, other than the fact that they're just choosing to snow blow it now and parking on the snow on the lawn. But it became a real issue for us last spring in Barrhaven, and I think that at one time there was like 60 charges. And this was in an older part of Barrhaven, where, for example, it was built in the 80s. And because in Nepean, we had the 50% rule, which is really what we're doing here. We never had allowed any road cuts, but we had the 50% rule for soft landscaping. And so what was happening is that now, 20 years later, new people are moving into the neighborhood, and we've got a new City of Ottawa bylaw which says you can't do what all the other people on Weybridge or Kennevale did. And so those people were the ones that were calling bylaw consistently and saying, it's not fair, I want something done about that one, they must take it up, et cetera, et cetera. So that's really why bylaw said, oh, you've got to do something to help us here, because we have to have something that works for the suburbs, or else we're taking up a whole bunch of time and really ticking off neighbors against neighbors. Now, I can tell you that in the last couple of years, both winter seasons, Councillor Kadri and I have met with Phil Landry and the parking people to talk about, look at how can we make it more livable by providing permits, as does the urban area have, for the people out in the suburbs. And we had much, I think they put forward their best effort. But because of the narrowness of the new streets, because of the fact that it's already difficult to clear snow, because of the fact that they'd have to put up some, they say, $90,000 worth of signage just to do Half Moon Bay as a trial, as a pilot. We have not been able to do that, and yet that would have made somebody's life more livable. We just finished a process called Building a Livable Ottawa, and it was a very successful process, and the one that more people were engaged in than any other process we've had since amalgamation. And clearly, the comments that any of you that know anything about the suburbs know that it's very, very difficult, that we are dependent on cars. Councillor Wilkinson was talking about the bus service. We don't have the service that goes down Scott Street, or down through Westboro, or down Laurier, or any of those
Let's
things.
not digress into Scott Street. That's someone else's committee.
I don't know why it came to mind just like that, but it did. Buses, Scott Street. Yeah,
oh, God.
But we'll forget that one. But, you know, I'll also say that if you've heard me say this before, that one high school has 80 languages spoken. Those folks largely have the grandparents living with them. They have kids that now have grown up and are going to university. They're obviously all the sports, etc., that the kids are involved with. And the grandparents have a car, and usually they're driving the kids to school, and the two parents have cars, and it's about time. So how do we work with them? I can tell you that for 7 years, I'll give you my personal situation, 7 years, my husband and I had an in-law suite with our oldest daughter with the 3 kids and her husband, okay? And we had in the garage, just so that this is a double-car garage, my husband and I bought cars that would fit the laneway. And we purposely bought a house on the side of the street that didn't have a sidewalk. So we had at one time an Uplander big van. My husband and I bought GTs, Pontiac GTs, smaller so that they would fit, and they had a pickup truck, okay? Inside the garage, what do you have? Well, we've got competitive hockey players, so you got all that equipment, plus their bags with their away and home shirts, plus you've got 7 bikes hanging from the ceiling at this time of year. You have 2 full-size road hockey nets that you want the kids, when they're not playing hockey all the time, are dragging them onto the street, plus the basketball net that also is parked in there, and the snow at what do you call it, snow blower and the lawnmowers and all of that other stuff. Now, and this is why it's really important also we're doing the Building a Better and Smarter Suburb, is the fact that we are building houses. We're offering people houses with garages that actually don't fit more than probably a Honda Civic. Okay? They're shorter, they're narrower, and so therefore the laneway is narrower. And we're also putting them on postage size properties. And we are starting to take care of things like where in this townhouse community are we going to put the recycling bins, but we're not talking about the fact that people need cars. So, for example, and I'm just closed with this on why we need to be able to park in our laneway, because we certainly don't want to be adding to the narrowness of the roads and having people jockeying their vehicles around constantly. So the bylaw, who every snowfall races out to Barrhaven, admittedly, to capture that easy money, okay? This is about allowing the people that live in those homes and choose to live in the suburbs a way that we have said, this is the most you can do, this is what you can do, and we won't allow you to do differently. Bylaw is already out enforcing. That's why we're here ahead of the Building a Better and Smarter Suburb. But clearly, on every single comment that was made today, we are doing that work. That is coming forward, and a lot of good is going to happen with that at the conclusion. And every suburban councillor has been engaged and will continue to be engaged. Liked your idea, Councillor Kadri, and I will make sure that we have that venue for you. And so I hope that you approve this. It's going to give uniformity. It's going to give the opportunity for people to be able to manage their lives, live in the homes they chose to, in a way that provides for green space. And finally, I'm not too worried about the trees, because as you know, part of building a better and smarter suburbs is finding a way that we actually can plant a tree. So it's not about taking down the trees. Anyway, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I used to know, it's good to know that your personal experiences are shaping some of the policies of the city, because it used to be my personal experiences. That's right, it was always about Ellen. And wading pools, I think the answer was. It was the wading pools. Anyway, okay. Anyway, so we have, I've lost Councillor Hubley. Okay, well, Councillor Blair, are you going to move this in his stead?
I will.
Okay.
So the motion is therefore be resolved that staff prepare an amendment to the private approach bylaw that will have the effect of eliminating curb cuts to that which would be permitted with the zoning in place today, to effectively do the fanning instead of a full width.
Okay. Are there speakers to that? Oh, Councillor Shirelli?
Yeah, I just wanted to say on this, I've seen the future. It happened in Nepean, and it was great.
Okay. Harken back to the greatness of Nepean, right?
We're ahead of our times.
Yes. Okay. Is that carried? Carried. Okay. On the item then, is it carried? Carried. Okay. Perfect. Okay, thank you very much. And we are on to item number 6, Greenfield. Oh, I know. Okay, Mr. Smith, if you'd like to introduce your team, and we'll get going.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have with me Don Herwire, Program Manager for the Interurban, and Natalie Persaud, who's been the planner on the file. We don't have a formal presentation, but we did put together some visuals to assist the committee to understand the location of the property. But very briefly, this is a rezoning for a property to allow for a low-rise apartment. The zoning is to modify performance standards only, not to allow the use. The use is currently permitted, but because of the irregular shape of the lot, there's a number of modifications that are required to performance standards. The committee will recall that this was a matter that was before the committee a while back related to a street closing for a portion of the right-of-way adjacent to this particular property. That was a matter that was dealt with previously by Planning Committee. However, this is now the follow-through on the proposed development, which was talked about at that time as well. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Persaud to just quickly run through the visuals for the committee, just to have a benefit of understanding context and what is being proposed, and we'll leave it to the committee if you have any further questions and to hear from delegations. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Planning Committee. So the subject site is located west of Greenfield Avenue on the north side of Concord, just east of the Rideau Canal. Nicholas Street is up here on the north. It's currently the site of the Legion, and it's considered to be wedged into this existing freehold condominium development that's commonly known as King's Landing Private, which is in behind the subject site right here. This is the property as it exists today, looking west towards the canal. This is the front of the Legion building. And this is looking towards the east, so this is the west side of the building here. This is, right here on the west side is the existing driveway towards Kings Landing Private, and this would be Concord Street right here in the front. The proposed elevations are shown here. This is the south face of the building. And again, the existing driveway towards Kings Landing is here on the west side, and Concord Street towards the south. This would be the rear of the property, which is inset to the freehold condominium development. The elevations looking, or on the east side, this is towards Greenfield Avenue in the front, and then Concord Street towards the south. This is the proposed site plan. So you see, this is for the 4-story low-rise. The main entrance would be accessed from Concord Street, as well as the vehicular access would also come off of Concord Street. And there would be no accesses towards Greenfield Avenue. The proposed parking layout interior to the building is underground, and again accessed from Concord Street. And one common issue that we looked at was the sun's shadow study. You'll look to the left here. In June, it is pretty dim on the properties here. December would be when it experiences most of the shadows, and that would be more towards the afternoon. The existing zoning has a schedule associated with it, which is primarily to deal with the condo development. This would be the subject property right here towards the south. For the most part, the schedule applies to identifying landscape areas and interior side yard setbacks, but they don't primarily apply to the subject site. And that's it for the visuals.
Okay. Can you go, so what does the Ottawa East Secondary Plan say?
The Ottawa East Secondary Plan retains this area as a low-profile residential area, which this is, so there's no modifications required, and this is in line with the Ottawa East Secondary Plan that was recently approved. Like I said before, the rezoning is not to allow for the use. The use is permitted. That was not changed. It's performance standard modifications only.
Okay. So, and are we modifying the height performance standard?
No, they're within the heights that's established under the current zoning. The only performance standard modifications relate to setbacks, projections, parking space size adjustments, driveway width adjustments. It's really the things that deal with the two-dimensional form of the project, not the three-dimensional.
Okay, so what are the permitted projections above the height plane that are standard? I mean, I know they're fairly standard ones, elevator if there is one, amenity area. So what are they?
The standard permitted projections are effectively elevator and mechanical penthouses for the most part, and access to rooftop amenity areas. If there's a door and an access stairway that leads to the rooftop, those are projections that are permitted above the height limit.
Yes.
There's no modifications being requested of the height. The projections are really with respect to balconies and how close a balcony can be to a lot line, and that really deals predominantly with street edge conditions, not conditions that are internal to the site or adjacent to other developed properties.
Right, and so the elevations that would look onto adjacent properties are the balconies along the frontage, I think. Is that the south elevation?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. This is the
and
east
the front elevation.
The south elevation?
South elevation. There's the...
So that looks towards the right-of-way. The existing driveway would be towards the west, but the balconies do project towards the south.
So the balconies, if I were to... So the east elevation looks out onto the street.
Onto Greenfield, that's correct.
Onto Greenfield.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to understand the overlook. So the north elevation, I'm trying to look. The south elevation, which is projected out, which abuts the right-of-way. If I were to look across the right-of-way, where would I be looking? Into someone's driveway?
If you were to stand at the edge of the balcony and look towards Concord, you would be looking across the street. If you were to turn towards the west
yes,
and face towards the west, you would be standing over a driveway that's a two-way driveway. It's about 6.7 meters.
Okay, but past the driveway, what is the...
This is an existing unit, townhouse unit.
It's an existing townhouse unit.
Yes.
Is the proposed site plan, is that townhouse unit, is that the frontage to the unit that we see on the site plan?
This is the side.
Okay, go to the site plan. Okay, see the unit to the other side of King's Landing Private, in the middle. So is that the frontage or the back?
This is the rear. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
That's the front.
This is
Okay.
the front, yeah.
That's the front of a unit. The balcony sits there, overlooks the front and a side wall condition.
Correct.
So,
And it does have a rooftop deck as well.
what, the existing unit?
The existing unit, this one here.
Okay. Okay. Good. So, are there any other questions on the elevations? Do you have questions, Councillor?
Less so, but the elevations, my greatest concerns, as I will speak to later, are ultimately the series of variances that lead to it being quite tightly squeezed into this site. I'm wondering, when I see those color images, whether the trees could actually be expected to achieve the heights that we're seeing in those images, whether there's actually the space for them to establish themselves, and whether they could actually grow that taller. Now, whether that's a question you can answer, but yeah.
I know Mr. Smith can answer because we had those same discussions at Lansdowne Park.
Mr. Chairman, we're satisfied that there's sufficient room there in terms of soft material. Clearly, that's an item that we would look at much more closely with the site plan approval process to ensure that we do have good soil volume that can support healthy and mature tree growth. But looking at the plan, there is, I'm not sure exactly what the distance is from the curb edge to where the hard surfacing starts for this project, but it looks to me to be at least 3 meters, and generally speaking, if we're able to get 3 meters, that's generally seen as a good area within which to get good tree or soil volume to support healthy tree growth.
Because that's not the first time I or others have raised this concern, where we much more of a site is being hardened and developed, and then the expectation is that landscaping will somehow create privacy, create the greenery and the softness, and yet the space hasn't been left for it. So my concern is that doing that at site plan when the building footprint's already established, we may be working with fewer options than ought to be available.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to add?
Other than to say, Mr. Chairman, that, I mean, we'll very closely look at that and ensure that we get the best conditions possible within which to have good tree growth. If it means some other alternatives that we investigate and look into, we'll explore that.
So this is the zoning for the site. The site, these trees are on our right away, or are they on? They look to be on our right away, or are they on private property?
I believe they're on private property. If I'm incorrect, I'll let Ms. Rousseau correct me.
To the point, we can require that those trees be planted in through the site plan process in silvocelles, and rather than in structural soil and things like that, to ensure that they achieve growth and that they're not just dumped into. Because we know that when they're in structural soil, they'll grow to yay tall and then they won't grow any longer. But if we can mandate through the site plan process that they be planted in silvocelles?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. That's what I was indicating. We would be looking to pursue that.
So, and the councillor can make that a requirement when he signs off on the site plan?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. The councillor will have to sign off on the site plan, so he'd have to be satisfied.
Excellent. Okay. Good. Thank you. We have a variety of speakers on this. The first person to speak is Dr. Jim Lunny, if you'd like to come up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, especially for allowing me to cut the line, so to speak. I had budgeted some time today, but unfortunately have an office to attend in Canada. And if you were ever waiting in the doctor's office, you could never imagine where he might be. I want to say that I have lived in the community since I attended Ottawa Youth in 1971. I've either lived in Sandy Hill or the Glebe, or where I presently live at 147 Echo Drive, which is the next townhouse development south on Echo Drive from King's Landing. And from 1985 to 1988, my brother lived at 20 Concord, which faces the Legion, so I have a lot of familiarity with this neighborhood. I have a couple comments to make about the development. The first is, having lived in this community for quite a long time, I and many like me are aging, and as you know, almost all the development that's gone in here, in fact, after the apartments went in at the Morth and Lamott site, there's only one building that has had flat, like single-level units put in this entire area. And the area is very necessary that we have something where people can remain in the community after they have outlived the period in which they can live in a place that has 3 flights of stairs. That would be my first comment. The second is, the building is an eyesore and was an eyesore even in the 80s. And my feeling would be anything that is put there would be good. But I think that putting in a, right now the choices are, if you want to move, as I would, from condominium, which or a townhouse which has 4 flights of stairs, your choices are you can live at the Glassworks at the corner of Echo and, at Greenfield and Main, or you move out of the area, or you can get one of the large and very costly condos which are facing out onto Colonel By on Echo Drive. So the thing is, this means that at least some of the people in that community, as we age, will be able to remain there if a building with these 8 units is put in. So I strongly support the development as is proposed.
Great. Are there any questions for the presenter? No, thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, that's enough. What's that? John Dance, if you'd like to come up.
I just have a short presentation, thanks. Thank you, Chair. Appreciate this opportunity. This, once again, is an example of more spot zoning that really gives us some difficulty. The Mayor last week spoke about our newly minted official plan, how all the words and schedules and appendices embody certainty and predictability. Certainty has by no means been accepted by all, he went on to say. There will always be those developers who seek to push the envelope. They will ask for more. Well, that's exactly what's happening here. The 99 Greenfield rezoning request is a perfect example of a developer seeking spot rezoning after a CDP secondary plan has been approved and in the face of the opposition of a large majority of neighbors. It is not consistent with the CDP and secondary plan. Some people, other people from the neighborhood will explain why, but this is consistent. It definitely is not. What's being requested here? Well, the staff report mentions and recommends at least 7, or maybe it's 17 requested exceptions. So it's not 1 or 2, it's 7, or maybe it's 17, I'm not sure, but it's a heck of a lot. The fundamental problem, though, from my perspective of the planning committees, of the staff report, is that the proposal does not mention the fact that the 99 Greenfield lot is 14% too small to allow a low-rise apartment with the associated height and construction. Even after you approved the addition of the right-of-way, you still have a lot that's too small for R4. The staff report does not mention that. I don't know why you're being misled in this regard. So, if it really is a good case for an R4 lot to be smaller than what you have elsewhere in the city, city staff should be recommending that for all R4 throughout the city. and they will not do that because it's not a good idea. This should not be changed in that regard. It's time to take a stand. I mean, it's one thing to say we have the provincial policy objectives and we need to have a greater intensification. That doesn't excuse spot rezoning. Instead, it should be a policy that sets a framework for planned intensification, such as the community-supported OEs, the secondary plan, and also the recently approved the transit-oriented development. You know, we support that planned intensification, not this. The as-of-right intensification 99 Greenfield would provide 6 units of stacked townhouses, and you probably could do single floor, as that previous speaker spoke of. But those 6 units is not the 4 stories that are before you right now. For 2 additional units, the promoted certainty and predictability of the planning process has been turned on its head, taking a lot of your time. God knows how much it's costing staff time to go through all the stuff that we've done so far. You're just wasting everybody's time, including all the community people who get paid nothing for being here, despite the fact everybody else, and FOTAN and so on, getting paid enormous amounts for making this thing. You're just wasting all this time. You've got a dubious process here. It's time to fix it. It's biased towards the developer because of their resources. The city meets with the developer's lots, with the community little. OMB process, you know, once again, it's horribly biased towards the developer. It's time to fix this. It's time to reject this particular spot zoning request, and we would greatly appreciate it if you did. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Are there questions from members of committee?
I mean, we have very divergent opinions between Mr. Dance and staff here on whether this complies with the East Ottawa CDP. And I mean, Mr. Dance isn't new to this place. I mean, he's not new to this place. He's very, very involved, very knowledgeable on this. So can you clarify?
Well, let's get, are there questions for Mr. Dance? If there are not questions...
Well, I'll ask you, like you heard the staff response, and you're obviously disagreeing. Can you tell us where you think this doesn't meet or comply? And I'm assuming its height is one of the areas.
Height is one. Is also the nature of all the other units. And I know some of my colleagues will be speaking specifically of the various changes, but at no time in the development of the CDP and the secondary plan was this envisaged. At no time.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Blais.
Thank you. Can you just repeat? You said that it would allow 6 stacked units?
It would allow six units. I mean, you could have 3 townhouses, but you could have 6. The point is, it could only be 3 stories according to that lot size you have right now.
Sorry, what would allow? It would be allowed right now is 3 units stacked, so that means 6 units.
Yeah.
So is your concern the density of the property, or is your concern?
It's a fundamental height. It's a height issue.
It's the height.
Yes.
What's the difference between the proposal and the current or the CDP?
1 story.
Pardon me?
One story.
So a 3-meter difference.
Yeah, it's a 1-story issue. That's what's being discussed here, at least in my estimation.
Okay. I have questions for staff following up on that.
Thank you, Mr. Dance, for your presentation. What's the existing zoning on the site, Mr. Smith?
It's an R4 zone with an 11-meter height limit.
And when was that R4 zone put in place?
That R4 zone's been in place for, I wouldn't want to guess, but it's been quite a number of years. It was not changed as a result of the CDP process. The CDP designated this as a low-rise residential area. Low-rise, as committee is aware, is up to 4 stories. 11 meters allows up to a 4-story building. This project is within the 11 meters that's currently in place in the zoning.
So the zoning... Sorry. I'll close the hearing if we're going to... This is not a debate between you and them. It's a debate... So we all... And your call, I've been through this with you guys before on the... You've been here, you lined up on the... I guess it was the right-of-way issue. So we're very versed in the issue, so, and we don't allow this cross-debate. So let's just all be reasonable.
Just to clarify, I've been advised it's 14.5 meters is the height in the current zoning, and this project fits within that.
Right.
But the height was not changed through the CDP process.
No.
No, it didn't. It retained, the 14.5 was retained to allow for a 4-story development. This area was not rezoned through the CDP process. The zoning stayed the same, and the CDP land use designation reflected
the zoning, which is a low profile allowing up to 4 stories.
Sure.
So where is the 11-meter question coming from?
I thought the height was 11, but I was incorrect in that. It's actually 14.5, and that's always been the height here.
Okay. Okay. The next one is Paul Goodkey, if you'd like to come up.
Yes, I'm Paul Goodkey. I'm the past chair of the Old Ottawa East Community Association Planning Committee. I've been involved in pre-consultations with this project since July of 2011. On December 23rd, I provided written comments and considerations to the Planning Department, which are not addressed in the staff report dated January 9th. I find the report unbalanced. I do not agree with the multitude of exceptions recommended in this report. I'm sure you have a copy of what I sent in yesterday. I don't know if I'll have enough time to speak to the whole of my comments, but I can answer lots of questions that you might have. I guess I'll start with my conclusion. I recommend the Planning Committee not approve this zoning bylaw amendment. However, should the Planning Committee see fit to approve this amendment, then I recommend that they also direct staff to prepare an official plan amendment to remove any clarity that's provided in the Old Ottawa East secondary plan, which is official plan amendment number 92, specifically section 10.3.6, which I'd like to go through, if I could, in some detail. The Old Ottawa East community is mindful of the official plan intensification policies and supports sensitive residential redevelopment. However, the Old Ottawa East secondary plan does not target the subject property for high-density development. Although focused on Main Street, the secondary plan provides specific policy direction for future development proposals in all of the neighborhoods. This proposal does not satisfy the compatible criteria set out in the secondary plan, specifically regarding building height and massing, ground floor elevation, outdoor amenity areas, landscaping, and privacy. Although the staff report makes light of the secondary plan and FOTEN's rationale cites only one of the secondary plan policies, there are specific secondary plan policies to be considered and implemented. Our secondary plan states, and I got to read the whole thing, I'm sorry, but general land use and design policies. Design guidelines will be prepared to encourage infill development that is compatible with adjacent buildings. The design guidelines will offer a means of conserving the cohesiveness of existing streetscape types and discouraging incompatible infill development. Neighborhood and precinct policies maintain the general character of these neighborhoods as expressed by the existing zoning. Maintain the traditional pattern of pedestrian priority along the street. Intensify these neighborhoods primarily at the edge. Infill with residential development that is consistent with the infill housing design guidelines for low and medium density. And now this, as of May 2012, this is referred to as the Urban Design Guidelines for Low-Rise Infill Housing. FOTEN's rationale and the staff report do not sufficiently address or consider these policies. The Urban Design Guidelines, and I've cited comments in my full presentation or submission, but by virtue of their inclusion in the Old Ottawa East secondary plan, the Urban Design Guidelines for low-rise infill housing must be considered to have more teeth than just the regular tool. This proposal cannot be purported to be consistent with the intent of the Old Ottawa East Secondary Plan if it is not consistent with the guidelines, including the guideline design items, and I list about maybe 15, and I go on to say what they are, and I leave it to you to decide whether or not this proposal meets those guidelines. The significant purpose of the zoning bylaw is to regulate development in a manner that is compatible with the existing land use patterns so that the mixed building forms, residential character of the neighborhood is maintained or enhanced. I'm sure other people can speak to all this, but this would answer your question earlier. The R4M apartment dwelling low-rise has the highest permitted building height of any of the R4 zones permitted maximum heights, 14.5. There's not many R4 throughout the city that have this. The vast majority of the R4 low-rise apartment subzones permit lower maximum heights of 11 meters. However, this allowable 14.5 meter height and the potential building volume is contingent on a significantly larger area of 540 square meters. The property has an area of approximately 465 square meters. A compatible development is one of the other permitted building forms with a maximum height of 11 meters and a minimum area of 450 square meters. I think it's important to recognize that the city conveyed Redmond Place specifically citing a minimum lot area of 450 square meters would be required in order to redevelop this property. The report to Planning Committee and Council dated December 16th indicates the property located at 99 Greenfield, blah, blah, blah. This existing lot size does not meet the minimum size requirements for any residential development as permitted in the R4M zone. The conveyance of Redmond Place, which is approximately 112 square meters, would increase the lot size to meet the minimum size requirements for a 3-unit duplex, semi-detached, detached, and linked-detached residential use only. We're trying to fit too much into this this space. The Finance Department report to Council dated May 29th, 2012 indicates, with respect to the city's interest, maximizing the area of 99 Greenfield Avenue would bring this property in line with the current minimum lot size and advance and infill policy directions of the official plan and city strategic plan. The larger lot size would also serve to reduce the number of potential variances that may be required for residential infill development.
So your time is up.
Can I just
I'm assuming that your main objection is to the variance in minimum lot area.
It's to all the variances and their lack of compatibility.
Right.
They're not consistent. Can I just add one other thing that goes to your question earlier, that we were talking about projections above the height limit. The parapet heights, I think, are excessive. They're running up over a meter. The building, I mean, it appears to be 5 stories because of the projections above the height limit. And I don't know what other submissions might show, but I think this is really important to consider. And they're not in adherence with the infill regulations, the bylaw 2012-47, subsection 17, which requires combined total area not exceeding 11 square meters and a minimum setback of 1 meter from the exterior perimeter of the roof. I mean, these things are popping up there, and you don't have to stand back very far to be thinking, geez, this is 5 stories. The other things to really consider is what, all these infill studies, I mean, going on for the last, 3 years. And
I'm going to have to eminent. We've got a whole raft of speakers behind you, and you have exceeded your time excessively, but I'm just trying to get from you on page 10 of my report, there is a list of changes to the zoning to fit this site. And if I could draw you back to that, you're really concerned about the minimum lot area, which is what you've talked about. Is that correct?
all of the setbacks except for, or all of the exceptions except for the driveway width. I would disagree with you. I mean, you're just stuffing the sausage. Just stuffing the sausage. It's way too excessive.
Okay. Are there any questions for Mr. Goodkey? Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. Emmy Verdun is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm speaking as a resident of King's Landing. I'm speaking in opposition, but I'd like to start by saying I am not anti-development, and I'm not anti-density. My townhouse is 15 feet wide. So I'm not against development, but I have opposition to this proposed development on the specifics of the development. When I moved to King's Landing in 1999, I knew that it was a neighborhood in transition, and I like that. It's a mixture of old houses, new development, fairly dense townhouse developments. But to date, all the new development has maintained the character of this residential neighborhood. For example, just across the street from 99 Greenfield, Equinel is building a 10-unit townhouse development that was supported both by the Ottawa East Community Association and local residents. It required only minor variances, and it leaves enough room for landscaping, soft landscaping, trees and bushes. And I trust that the city will continue to enforce the zoning regulations in a way that's fair and consistent. And in the case of this development, I have serious concerns, particularly about the reduced setbacks. It's an irregular shaped lot, so it's difficult to really understand exactly what space is left, but there are setbacks that are being reduced in every single dimension, in some cases to just a small fraction of what they should be, in other cases leaving slightly more land. The size of the building is completely out of proportion to the size of the lot. In fact, the lot's not really that much bigger than a suburban lot for a new house, and it's probably quite a bit smaller than the old-fashioned lots that used to be used in the suburbs. It's an 8-unit apartment building that would take up almost all the lot, leaving very little space for landscaping. The artist's drawing of the building is deceptive and misleading. Most of the landscaping shown along the side yard actually belongs to King's Landing. The trees shown do not exist now, and I seriously doubt that healthy trees will actually survive in such a small space, particularly with the shadow during the growing season, and the fact that it would be very close to buildings and underground services. Furthermore, it shows landscaping in front of the building that looks absolutely lovely. The problem is that doesn't belong to the development. That is city lot, that is city public right-of-way, and it's currently paved over. So that doesn't exist, and as I said, it's city lot, city-owned land, so it's not part of the development. More troubling to me is that the developer's plans show the King's Landing fence moved over about 1 meter onto our property. As a King's Landing resident, I do not agree to allow this encroachment on our land. We've raised this with city staff, but we have not really had a satisfactory answer back. I don't know how to address this issue, but the plans, as far as I can tell, show our fence moved from the property line over about 1 meter. The city staff report deems that the reduced setbacks are adequate because they include the city's public right-of-way and King's Landing setbacks. So, for example, it talks about a 6.09 meter setback to the nearest building. About 2/3 of that is actually King's Landing setbacks. This is clearly unfair, as it gives credit to the developer for the setbacks provided by the city land and King's Landing. I believe that the proposed development should be assessed on its own merits and not on setbacks already existing in the neighborhood. Finally, While the Planning Committee is considering just this one proposal now, it would be extremely difficult for the city to approve this proposal and then turn down a future proposal that also requires similar substantial variances to height and setbacks. Approving this proposed development would set a very dangerous precedent, in my view, that could permanently change the character of this residential neighborhood. And in terms of the variety of choices for living space, yes, indeed, there are apartments within walking distance of this area. There's no shortage of choice in living spaces, and so I find that argument to be not terribly valid. There are 3 apartment buildings within a 2-minute walk of the proposed development. I believe that the city should continue to enforce the regulations that exist in a fair and consistent manner and not do what Mr. Dance called spot rezoning in this case. Thank you. Any questions? You didn't listen.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Ian Hayhow, is he next?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I live at 10 Concord Street North, just across the road from the proposed development. It's disappointing to see the city sees fit to accept the proposals from the developer without a single modification. When I reviewed the city's report, I was struck by the language of the recommendations, such as on page 3, it is deemed to be consistent with the designation in the secondary plan. It's either consistent or it's not consistent. Elsewhere, traffic increase is deemed to be minimal. Yard setbacks are considered acceptable. These are opinions. They're not supported by any evidence in this report. And acceptable to whom? Certainly not those who live close by. And you have heard from other interveners and will hear and have received massive amounts of written comments that these are not acceptable. The city describes the site as ideal for a low-rise development, yet it requires 10 amendments to the bylaws to make it ideal. You've heard that the development is too large for the lot and a reduction of 15% of the minimum lot size is required, certainly a non-trivial adjustment. Furthermore, I could find no reference to lot size adjustment in the main body of the report, yet you're requested to approve item 2B on page 10. This is one of the more serious concerns of the neighborhood, as you've heard from previous speakers. The city's only reply to this issue is in the public comment expressing opposition. Page 12, item 4, evades the issue. Page 12, item 8, is completely unintelligible to me as is written in zoning speak. One must be concerned about the precedent that your decision may establish. If 15% is okay today, why not 20% tomorrow? It is a slippery slope. The city has trivialized the concerns of the local residents. Not once did they say, geez, they might have a point. Valid arguments have been dismissed without presenting a reasoned rebuttal. The city knows this is not a brilliant plan. So what is the rationale for total acquiescence to the developer's proposal? The only clue I can find to the city's position is on page 6, which seems to say that if the recommendations are not approved, this committee's decision will be appealed to the OMB. And Planning and Growth Management Department may have to find $15,000 or so for that appeal, which would impact the Planning and Growth Management's operating status. This last phrasing is unexplained. If my interpretation of this is correct, it's a very sorry state of affairs. I do support the concept of intensification, as do most of my neighbors, but not at any cost. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the delegation? Councillor Blais?
It's a question to staff from the delegation. Is what's being recommended today the exact proposal made on day one by the landowner?
Mr. Chair, it is subject to site plan control. We will further look at that, but the proposal before you is what it was at the time of the application that it was filed. Any changes would be minor in terms of the dimensions shown, but nothing significant off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, sir. The next speaker is Roger Leclerc.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Roger Leclerc, and I do not live in either of the two developments, neither King's Landing on the other side of the street from where I live, nor the Brownstones, which is the other development. And I live on Concord Street. I'm one of the pioneers, and indeed I represent, I've been there about 22 years, so I represent the original owner. I represent, in effect, the people living at 26, 24. I live at 22, and I speak on behalf of the owner of number 20 as well, in opposition to the proposal. I query why this matter was not presented on the basis of a minor variance before the Committee of Adjustment. And I view the proposal before you today, in effect, as a collateral avoidance of an application for a minor variance, because the outcome there is fairly predictable. In my submission, this building that is being proposed is not a fit for the lot. It is not a fit for the community. And it quite frankly astounds me that we're here at all. With regard, and I'm equally astounded by the planning report. And I query where some of the comments here are, what's the factual evidentiary basis for saying that the proposed development is considered to fit well within the existing context? Quite clearly that's not so. I pick up the theme that was made by a previous speaker, that the use of the word deemed has been used on at least 4 occasions. And of course, the word deemed amounts to a legal fiction. You can deem something wet to be dry. You can deem Friday to be Monday. You can deem anything you want. It's just a judgment that you bring to a particular point, and you arrive at the conclusion that you wish. And as a lawyer, I must say that I consider the paragraph dealing with the financial implications, the advice to you that if you indeed reject this, that it is going to add $15,000 to $20,000. I think that affects your impartiality, and in my submission, that comment and that information should not have been provided to you. I'm sure you're aware of it in any event, but I find it offensive that the financial impact of a decision, one way or the other, is sort of placed before you in such a serious manner. And so for all of those reasons, I
think that the reason that information is provided to us was because we asked for it. It's not traditionally, I mean, there have been staff reports where they've not provided that information, and I think that it was a requirement. We wanted to know, if we chose a path, what it would cost. So, just so...
I take your point, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Councillor Blady, did you have a question? Okay.
Please take it from me that this is not a NIMBY submission. Something has got to go on that property. We're just asking that whatever that is erected there, that it fit with what's already there.
Yeah. Councillor
Blows?
You'd mentioned where you reside, and I'm just trying to pinpoint it on the map. What was...
Directly across the street from the Legion. Directly.
Okay. Over there. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. Kathleen Lundgren, if you'd like to come up.
Is the microphone on? Yes.
It is.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson Hume and councillors. My name is Kathleen Lundgren, and I'm an owner of a freehold townhome at King's Landing, which, as you know, is adjacent to the property at 99 Greenfield. I'm here today to speak in support of the staff recommendation before you. Having said that, councillors, there may have been a factual error in the report which I'd like to correct and clarify. I want to be sure that you're aware that the townhome development at King's Landing is not a condominium. There is no condo corporation that represents owners or residents in this matter. Individuals from King's Landing who have expressed opposition to the rezoning have neither the moral nor legal authority to speak on behalf of residents nor to purport to represent the owners at King's Landing. In addition, the individuals from King's Landing who opposed the rezoning and who attended the November 14th, 2013 meeting facilitated by Councillor Chanushenko do not and cannot speak on behalf of the residents or represent owners. Page 16 of the report appeared to suggest that they did. This is not correct. I'd like to ensure that you, the Planning Committee, and Councillor Chanushenko are aware that those within King's Landing who oppose the redevelopment speak only as individuals and do not represent the other owners within King's Landing. Chairperson Hume, in particular, you may recall that in June 2012, some individuals at King's Landing attempted to use FEDCO to block the redevelopment plan at 99 Greenfield, and stated at the time that they acted and spoke on behalf of the residents of King's Landing. Other owners were compelled to attend that FEDCO meeting to correct this misrepresentation. Quite frankly, individuals at King's Landing who oppose the rezoning have attempted to silence the voices of support for the redevelopment. They went so far as to try to force King's Landing owners into purchasing Redmond Place. Their efforts failed. You cannot legally force owners to take title to property that they do not want. 99 Greenfield represents a low-density, 8-unit redevelopment opportunity which will allow a few more lucky residents to live inside the Greenbelt, close to the treasured Rideau Canal. I, for one, strongly believe they should be afforded the same right to live where I live. To do otherwise would be hypocritical and blatantly unfair. And I'd just like to add one other comment. King's Landing, as I mentioned, is a freehold townhome development. The townhomes are 3 stories with a rooftop deck. There are 61 units in that small area. We all look into each other's brick walls, into each other's windows, and quite frankly, over each other's rooftop decks. So the suggestion that somehow this development would wreck the privacy or security of owners that live in the area, I believe is specious. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there questions from members of committee? Are there questions? No? Oh, David does. Ms. Lundgren, if you'd like to come back, Councillor Chanushenko has a question for you. We're not used to having people come in support of applications, so we're a little slack-jawed.
I'm not surprised because I'm very aware of who is for and against. I've received their emails and their phone calls and their requests to meet. I will stay away from doing what I know I'm not supposed to do, which is engaging in dialogue, debate, or clash with delegations. I just want to clarify, though, that I am perfectly aware that King's Landing is freehold and that no one speaks on behalf of all the residents, but I would like it known in terms of the November meetings, and in fact of many meetings between the architect, planners, and residents, whether you had ever requested to meet with the architect in order to resolve outstanding issues with this site.
Thank you for your question. In fact, I did, and I have, and I found the developer to be quite understanding and quite receptive to owners' comments and concerns.
I'll be more precise. That's good to know as well. Had you ever requested to meet as part of our ongoing engagement with the developer, with planners, and with residents around it?
What I chose to do, as you're aware, Councillor, is to send you written emails explaining my opinions, also outlining any questions that I did have. So I believe you are aware of my position.
I very much am. I just wanted it known that the reason why you might not have been at that November 13th meeting would be because you had not requested to be at that November 13th meeting, or any such meetings.
I was aware that that meeting was taking place. I didn't believe it was an appropriate forum. Thank you.
That's fine. Just for clarity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. Now I'm going to try this. Siobhan Devlin, is that right?
Yes, thank you.
Ooh. I'm usually very terrible with pronouncing names, so the fact that I got that right,
Good job.
I was just totally lucky. Yeah.
Pardon me? No.
Scottish.
I am. Well, there are a lot of Siobhans who are Scottish as well. Dear Chairman Hume and members of the Planning Committee, on January 16th, 1999, which is now some 15 years ago, I became the third person to move on to King's Landing. I live at 1 King's Landing Private, which is right next door to the proposed development at 99 Greenfield, and the specific unit that Chairman Hume, you had asked about at the beginning of this presentation by city staff. Separated only by property boundaries, the developer site is physically located within and wedged into the King's Landing property lands with its built form, and accordingly will have a tremendous impact on the King's Landing properties, particularly my own. I'm deeply concerned about the significant direct negative impact this proposal will cause to my use and enjoyment of, and to the value of my home. I am also deeply concerned about the negative consequences this proposal will have on my King's Landing neighbors, the wider immediate neighborhood, and the broader Old Ottawa East community. I'm also concerned as a resident of the City of Ottawa with the practice of spot rezoning and its implications for residents across the city and future development citywide. In the City of Ottawa's report, the Downtown Urban Design Strategy 2020, this little neighborhood I call home was identified as a pocket of downtown that is most fragile and demands the greatest care when introducing new developments. I endorse this characterization and the importance of ensuring the redevelopment of 99 Greenfield does not destroy the character of the long-established surrounding neighborhood. In an effort, in my opinion, to jam an oversized development onto a piece of property too small to reasonably accommodate it, the proposed development at 99 Greenfield requires a multitude of zoning amendments, even after having acquired approximately 112 square meters of city property from the city in 2012 to develop the site. In my submission, there is in the face of this long list of amendments, if this current proposal is not a definition of overbuilding, it's hard to imagine what would be. In my view and the view of many others, the current proposal is not compatible for the lot, the adjacent context, the community, or the relevant policies, including the Old Ottawa East Secondary Plan policies adopted as early as 2011. Details of this incompatibility are set out in other presentations and in the numerous submissions which were provided to the city last fall, and I will not repeat them here. Of course, what is most important to me is the impact on 1 King's Landing Private and the significant negative impact on the light, views, and privacy of my property resulting from the proposed new building's height and non-compliant setbacks, particularly resulting from the requested changes to the rear yard setback and resulting from permission for balconies and staircases of the proposed building to project within virtually 0 meters of its lot line. Key among the reasons I purchased my particular unit some 15 years ago was its sunny southeasterly exposure, which has filled my home with sunlight from the big windows facing to the southeast and the open and airy expanse particularly to the east of my house, resulting from the separation between me and my closest easterly neighbor, a two-story house located some distance away at Greenfield. Of course, I don't oppose development here too, but I am concerned about the nature and type of the development. These reasons that I've had all along for purchasing that unit have been and continue to be important to me, particularly given the location of my only private outdoor space. None of the units along the canal side of King's Landing have backyards. By design, the King's Landing developer was required by its former owner, the National Capital Commission, to put unit parking where the backyard would otherwise have been. Consequently, all units along the canal side of King's Landing have private rooftops, with the result that my rooftop deck is my backyard. The height of the proposed building at 14.5 meters, plus the added roof projections, will dwarf the surrounding existing buildings, including, if not particularly, my own, and result in significant overlooking of my only private outdoor area from both the proposed building's westerly balconies and a rooftop deck, destroying my privacy and putting us on display to these neighbors. The city staff report makes short shrift of the seriousness of this loss of my privacy and dismisses it on the basis that the proposed balconies are to be set in to discourage overlook. In my view, placing the balconies and roof terraces at the proposed building's edge and just next to the property lines, recessed or not, will not discourage overlooking into my rooftop deck. With a virtually zero rear yard setback, the open views and privacy I now enjoy will be lost and will be replaced by 4 balconies and a rooftop deck peering down onto my own. The city staff report also additionally turns a unique characteristic that I acquired when I purchased my house in 1999, namely a buffer of over 6 meters between me and the lot line for 99 Greenfield, and uses it to justify both the significant reduction in the minimum rear yard setbacks of the proposed development from 7.5 meters to a mere 1.22 meters, and significant reduction in the minimum setback requirements for balconies to virtually 0.10 meters. To suggest that this proposal can or should benefit from this situation, particularly to the detriment of my privacy, is just plain wrong and should not be acceptable. I'm also concerned about the location of services for the proposed apartment building, including mechanical, and the potential noise impact that that location may have on the enjoyment of my outdoor spaces, including my rooftop deck. This is not adequately addressed by city staff. The city staff report dismisses out of hand each and every objection raised by myself, my neighbors, and members of the Old Ottawa East Community Association without the requirement of a single adjustment to the proposed development. Remarkably, on the other hand, the city staff report includes, without critique or comment, numerous ill-conceived comments in support of this development, including the proposed development is not visible from King's Landing, people move, and those who oppose development won't be there for long. Frankly, unchallenged comments such as these undermine my confidence in the analysis done, and in my view, should undermine the confidence in your confidence in this report too. The location map shows very clearly that the proposed development is visible from many of the King's Landing homes, including 1 King's Landing. I can assure you that 99 Greenfield is not only visible from my rooftop deck, my dining room, my kitchen, my back entrance, and my front yard, but it is also unavoidable. Since the proposed development is located at the only entrance to King's Landing and abuts our community mailbox, it is also unavoidable to every King's Landing resident and their visitors. With respect to how much longer I may choose to live at King's Landing or be chased out by this development, I consider it inappropriate for city staff to include a comment predicting whether or for how long any of the impacted neighbors will remain in the face of the development they oppose. I moved to my house 15 years ago because this is where I wanted to live, and I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't where I continue to want to live. I now have roots and many neighbors in this neighborhood who call me friend, and I don't think I should be run out of town by a development that, in my opinion, has run amok. I endorse the conclusions of each of the other presenters who are speaking in opposition to this proposal. Common to them all is the conclusion that the proposed development is not compatible with surrounding development, not consistent with surrounding land uses and existing streetscape, not in keeping with the intent of the old Ottawa East secondary plan policies, not desirable to the immediate neighbors, and certainly not me, not consistent with the zoning bylaw or with the low-rise infill guidelines, not consistent with the proposed changes resulting from the second infill study regarding height, mass, side, or rear yard setbacks. And for all of these reasons, I urge all of you to reject the proposed zoning amendment before you today.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Councillor Chiarelli.
Yeah, my question is, when you moved into the location, did your lawyer not discuss with you what would be permitted, what height limit was in place at the time that you moved in?
When I moved in there, the property, 99 Greenfield, was 340 square meters. It was it wasn't until 2012 that particular property even got to be big enough for the current zoning purpose. So what I was familiar with and what I was aware of was that it would be, certainly at that time, it would have been, the permissible use would have been consistent with what is actually there currently. And it's only by virtue of the addition of 112 square meters from the city that it even has been able to support a higher use.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Jerzy Yorovich. Oh, sorry, do you have a question?
It's for staff.
Oh, for staff.
As I read the report, there is no proposal to change the height. Is that correct?
That's correct. The height is as it has been for many, many years.
Perfect, thank you.
This up and down? Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jerzy Yorovich. I'm the owner of King's Landing number 16, which is a property located along eastern property line of the 99 Greenfield. I oppose to a developer's long list of requested amendments to existing subzone M and to permit a 4-story residential building. I must clearly state that I am not in opposition to the redevelopment of the property and to the City of Ottawa policy of urban intensification. I must state that because during the last 3 years I have been accused for some of doing only that. I support infill projects, but only to those complying with the City of Ottawa official plan, zoning bylaw, and other various design guidelines issued either by the city or by the community. I'm looking forward to see new residential building built on this lot, but it has to be compatible and well fit into existing neighborhood, and most importantly, without having adverse impact on the adjacent surrounding homes. Proposed development through a long list of requested amendments represents a clear disregard to rules and laws set by the city and community. Requested multitude of exceptions is hard to accept, especially when the community members, including myself, have tried to use the pre-consultation vehicle to express our concern and then opposition to proposed so-called minor variances. Our voice has not been heard or acknowledged. I just want to clarify this, what was said earlier, that on November 13, when there was a meeting with Councillor Chernyshenko, it was requested by myself. There were two individuals from King's Landing. We were representing ourselves. There was no one representing the community, no one. There were some members from Ottawa East Community Association and Councillor's Office individuals.
Okay, so in general, proposed development does not comply with the City of Ottawa official plan for building height, massing, and scale as is permitted by the zoning of adjacent residential properties, but also prevailing patterns established in the immediate area. Proposed development does not meet this criteria for the height. Requested 14.5, permitted only 11. Would greatly reduce every available setback, added numerous and not permitted yard and height projections. Proposed development is massive, out of scale, and is not compatible with the surrounding, and is not in compliance with the City of Ottawa official plan policy for control intensification. For a more detailed list of comments, I would like to refer the committee to my lengthy response I sent to the city planner on November 4th, 2013. Just to have a better and visual representation of the long list of zoning variances or non-conformance with the existing zoning bylaw, subzone 4R4M, I have put together a chart which is on the screen. This is just half, the first half, clearly describing each zoning variance. It includes 17 non-conforming items. In addition, I added 3 other items where the developer might have an issue to deal with during the site plan control application review process. In my opinion, they are a consequence of greatly reduced setbacks. 99 Greenfield lot area is 464 square meters and falls into the subzone R4M category. Because of limited time frame given to us, I would like to focus just on a few items. Lot size is not adequate for proposed by the developer type of building. Apartment building requires minimum lot size of 540 square meters, and in Greenfield lot 99 Greenfield is only 464, slightly above 450 as required for the other forms of buildings but not apartment building. Building height is permitted 11 meters by current subzone. The developer is asking for 14.5. Please note that the requested increased building height is not even listed in the planner's report where the requests for zoning amendments are listed. Rear yard is required 7.5 meters. Proposed development is asking to reduce required rear yard just to, let me go to this one, to 1.22 meters. When added to rear yard projections by overhanging 3 upper floors, this yard is reduced to just 0.6 meters, which is right here. It is, I believe, this is not a minor amendment. Please note that both planners from the City of Ottawa and retained by the developer incorrectly, in my opinion, qualify rear yard. In addition, please be advised that both reports do not clearly define location of, in their reports, the rear yard. This yard is parallel to King's Landing Private, which is right here. Front yard, interior side yard, and corner side yard. Projections above the limit. Proposed design, as was posted on the city website, it has 2 fourth-floor loft projections. As far as I can see from the permitted roof projection, they are not approved and not permitted. Landscaping. With greatly reduced all setbacks, provided landscape area is only, I believe, 25.8%, where bylaw requires 30. Even though 25% is close to the required number, having close look at the provided by developer site plan, even just recently revised and posted on the website, I can advise that some parts of this landscaping area got expanded over the outside of 99 Greenfield property. On Westerly Yard, which is right here along the King's Landing private, fence owned by King's Landing has been moved by the developer to about 1 meter to allow to plant the developer's line of trees and to provide access to the outdoor amenity area, which is right here shown on the plan, which is won't be accessible because it's landlocked between, if we place the King's Landing fence right location, this fence, and the existing new stair here, there won't be access to the outer amenity area. As far as I know, the King's Landing didn't give any authorization to 99 Greenfield developer to acquire this land. Next, I would like to focus on interior eastern side yard, which is right here, which is located next to my house, which is right here. Even though proposed by developer's setback of 1.5 is in line with the permitted 1.2 meter setback for subzone 4R4M, it is which applies to the available lot size, I must express my strong disagreement with planner's opinion that reduced interior setbacks can be, like this quote, mitigated by using my 4.5 meter side yard 15 years ago imposed by the City of Ottawa and NCC, Schedule 1197, an existing utility easement. I bought this property for reasonable enjoyment of my outdoor amenity areas and not to help next door massive development. I'm astonished to see and shocked to see planners attempt to use privately owned land for the benefit of the developer. I assume who will not reside here and will not face the reality of the diminishing value of my yard. That's the developer. Creation of narrow and deep dark tunnel, which eventually will fall between these two houses, will limit amount of available daylight, will make adverse impact on microclimate of my yard, and eventually will lead to total destruction of existing landscaping. In conclusion, I would like to ask the committee to consider the following. When considering requested by the developer long list of zoning amendments, please consider one very important factor. History has proven that cities are being built by humans and for humans for reasonable enjoyment, their physical and mental comfort, a civilized way to raise a family, to work and rest and entertain. All of that we do and build should be place human and community interests at front of any short-lived goals. Please note, this is like that all my presentation graphics I presented to submit to the city back in November and here on the screen, either they did not take any attempt to stop 99 Greenfield development or even propose, as was said by city planner, to alternate the development concept, as has been stated in the report. And this was just a massive model to show in a simple graphic representation massive zoning variances requested by the developer. Okay. Other moralistic views...
You're well over time, sir.
Yeah, I just finished. I have one more sentence. So you see this, like a red color, this is what is allowed by current zoning bylaw. In blue color is this what is being proposed by the developer. And this is the view, which is based on a design presented in the city website, how this new development will be seen. Contrary to his planner's statement, it will be seen for most of us in the Kings Landing community. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Other questions for the delegation? Thank you very much for your presentation. Zofia Orwufska Jorovich. Are you here if you'd like to come down? No, we've got four more after that. And that's it.
I have very short presentation.
Yeah, well, I won't give 10 minutes.
Yeah. Dear members of Planning Committee, my name is Sofia Orlowska Jurewicz. I'm an owner of King's Landing Private 16 for over 7 years. A property located next to 99 Greenfield. I vigorously oppose the proposed zoning amendments for 99 Greenfield. I'm also a first-generation immigrant to Canada. I'm an ex-political prisoner in the communist country. I have chosen to emigrate to Canada because of Canada's reputation for exemplary civic society rules, citizenship participation in a meaningful democratic process, and accountability of bureaucracy. My expectations were that after a successful career, I will be able to live in my golden years at King's Landing community, where we cultivate a lovely front, back, and side gardens in the setbacks created due to the present zoning requirements. My hopes were shattered after reading in the Planning Committee report that people move and those who oppose development won't be there for long. This report includes also many inaccurate statements, all of which benefit the developer's position. But I'm an optimist, and I strongly believe that the planning committee of my city, after careful consideration, will not approve the amendments which violate more than 16 present zoning requirements, which I don't want to list. Simply put, the future development meets only one zoning provision from the present zoning, only one. Why all of these zoning changes are recommended for the approval? I strongly believe that the planning committee of my city will not approve the changes which don't take into consideration the Ottawa urban design guidelines and Old Ottawa East CDP, and do not respect the overwhelming opposition from the community, including the Old Ottawa East Community Association. Our civil society has spoken, and its voice cannot be ignored. And the developer did not compromise his position at all. I strongly believe that the planning committee will not approve the zoning amendments which infringe on my way of life and our human rights to peacefully enjoy our own properties for an increased profit of the developer. If these zoning variances are rejected, I strongly believe the developer and his very talented design team will shortly present an attractive and sustainable new project which will meet the present zoning requirements and will be a welcome addition to our beautiful community and city of Ottawa, for which we all care so much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the delegation? No? Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Mr. David Tappan.
Yes, I'm a resident of King's Landing, but I'm speaking here today on behalf of Alan Nymark, who couldn't be here. He's in the hospital, so he asked me if I would read his letter for him. Dear Mr. Chairman Hume, I live at 9 King's Landing Private, directly opposite the proposed development by Bob Karam at 99 Greenfield. I oppose the specific proposal before you. I oppose it on substantive grounds, and I oppose it because it strikes me as an example of due process thrown to the winds. I appeal to you to do the right thing based on an accurate and fair assessment. Number one, as an immediate neighbor, this proposal will have significant negative impact on me, my property, and the value of my property. It will negatively impact the King's Landing development and the broader neighborhood. The proposal would require almost 24 significant variances to be approved under current bylaws. I submit this list of variances to you for your consideration. It's already been shown. For example, the proposed development is in contravention of the City of Ottawa zoning bylaws with regard to front, side, and rear setbacks, landscape design, the size of property, and building height and massing. The accumulated impact of the height, mass, and scale and lack of adequate setbacks is outlandish, the equivalent of overstuffing the sausage. It is simply not compatible with surrounding development. The resulting multiple overlooking into back and side yards and neighbors' rooftop terraces, including our own, the excessive sun shadowing, the loss of open sky vistas and green spaces impacting our own, the solid massive blank rear wall and resulting tunnel canyon-like effect at the entrance to King's Landing, the safety issues resulting from the non-conforming exit from underground parking, the lack of soft landscaping, and the unilateral intention to move the neighbor's privately owned perimeter fence further onto the neighbor's property to provide soft landscaping. As such, it demonstrates a complete disregard by the developer for the existing zoning requirements to permit this new development. If this current proposal is not the definition of overbuilding of a site, it's hard to imagine what is. In short, it is an affront to citizens, the rule of law, and the governance of our city. Having failed to even try to present a reasonable set of minor variances that would meet current zoning requirements, the developer now wants you to change these zoning requirements to accommodate his proposed developments.
I vigorously oppose this proposal as an egregious attempt to end-run a reasonable set of rules that are currently in place and are supported by the Ottawa East Community Association. The city planner has advised us that the review by planning committee is now based on, quote, whether or not the proposal is compatible for the lot, the adjacent context, the community, and the relevant policies such as the official plan, end of quote. It fails on all 4 points. For details of my opposition, please see particularly the submissions previously presented by Jersey, Siobhan, Paul, and John. The conclusion of these submissions are that the proposed development is not compatible with the surrounding development, not consistent with the surrounding land uses, not consisting with existing streetscapes, not in keeping with the intent of the OOE-SP, not desirable to the immediate neighbors, not consistent with the zoning bylaw, and not consistent with low-rise infill guidelines, not consistent with the proposed changes resulting from the second infill study regarding height, mass, side, and rear setbacks, not consistent with recently proposed amendment requirement at grade rear yard amenity space of 14 square meters per dwelling unit for low-rise apartment buildings. Each one of these points of opposition to the proposal has been painstakingly researched by architects, lawyers, planners, public policy specialists, community associations, and citizens, and presented in detail to the city and is available for your consideration. The staff report is unbalanced and biased and often incorrect and misleading. I invite you to study especially the submissions by Jersey previously. My closing point is that the developer has reasonable options consistent with good planning principles. The current bylaw does not allow for the construction of an apartment building on a property of only 464 meters, but does allow for 3-unit duplex detached or linked detached development with maximum building height of 11 meters. The developer has rejected this opportunity. The bylaw does not allow for building of the height, mass, scale, and setbacks proposed by the developer. He has rejected currently allowed opportunities. Now the developer wants the city to accommodate his outrageous demands to change the rules for his project and to impose the costs and its significant impact on neighbors in the city and the dignity of the city. I see no reason at all for the city to agree to this unreasonable proposal. It would offend those immediately concerned and invite others to build without regard to the considerable planning documents regulating development. The choice is really between supporting Mayor Watson's promise of clarity, certainty, and fairness based on a transparent city plan and insider spot rezoning against the wishes of the community. Sincerely, Alan Nymark.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Other questions? No? Okay. James Simpson is the next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and councillors. My appeal is along the lines of Dr. Lunny's. My wife and I had lived in a 3-story house on Henderson Avenue in Sandy Hill for 20 years up until last year. But age and infirmities had made it increasingly difficult for us to manage accessing the different levels of the house. Knowing we would not be able to continue in the house much longer, but wanting to stay in that general area of the city, after the Legion property at 99 Greenfield was sold to the developer, I was pleased to learn that his plans were to put up an apartment building with accommodation all on one floor, rather than townhouses. We liked the location of the proposed apartment building with its easy access to the canal and to downtown and to our old neighborhood, so we waited with anticipation for it to be erected. There are many townhouses in that area, with more being built across from 99 Greenfield as we speak. But in our case, what would be the point of moving from a 3-story single house to a 3-story townhouse? We felt we had to be on one floor and with elevator service if we were on any level but the ground floor. Unfortunately, because of the objections of the nearby neighbors to the proposed development, which I understand has been accommodated with many changes to the design, the process of getting approvals has been long and arduous. It is now 3 years since the project first saw light with no building being erected. Changes in my personal life are such that it will no longer be possible for me to move there if and when the building does go up. However, the point that an apartment building with complete living accommodations on each floor is needed in that area of many existing and being built townhouses in order to properly accommodate an aging population is still valid. It was remarked earlier that there were 2 apartment buildings within walking distance of the site. My understanding is that both of those were sold out before they were built, which I think strongly indicates the need for that type of building in the area. Although I no longer live in the area, I still drive by the site frequently, and is long past the time that the rapidly deteriorating old house at 99 Greenfield was replaced with an attractive and high-quality apartment building suitable for seniors. I support the proposed project.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simpson. Are there questions for Mr. Simpson? Thank you very much for your presentation. Paulette Martel, if she'd like to come up. What's that? No. No, one more after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was also going to make the corrections about being freeholds, but I think we've got that clarified. I also would like to point out that 4 of the speakers before represent 2 homes, not 4. I am an original owner at King's Landing. As a matter of fact, I think I'm la doyenne. I think I'm the oldest when I bought my home in '97. I have already expressed the reasons why I support the project in a letter, but I would like to reiterate. Living by the canal, so close to downtown, was a dream come true for me. But as I turned 60 a few years ago, I started to wish I didn't have to deal with stairs. However, I want to stay in the area. It is a dream come true. I was delighted when I found out condominiums were going to be built right next door. I was pleasantly surprised when I visited the architect's office and found out that the building had no resemblance whatsoever to the misrepresentative photos that had been circulated in our community. I feel that this building is well designed. It's an attractive building. I feel that it fits well in the area. The colors and the building materials that will be used match those of King's Landing and were evidently chosen with consideration for King's Landing residents. There is a need for condominiums to accommodate the aging population in our area. This project has been delayed due to a few owners at King's Landing who have been opposing the project from the beginning. In 2011, unbeknownst to the community, they sought Mr. Chernishenko's support, falsely claiming to be representing the community. That led to FEDCO causing a 1-year delay for nothing. Now, I was shocked when I read in the report that on November 14, at a meeting facilitated by Councillor Chernishenko, a few residents of King's Landing present were representatives of the residents of King's Landing. How in the world did this happen again? And why were only a few invited to that meeting? Absolutely nobody represents King's Landing residents in this issue. Not them, not me, not the co-tenancy committee. Nobody was appointed to represent the community. It has not even been discussed. Any comments made on behalf of the residents must be considered as the opinion of only the person making the comments. All residents of King's Landing are quite capable of expressing their opinion and have the opportunity to do so, if they wish. The nonsense about King's Landing residents being concerned about potential conflicts related to the location of the mailboxes is just that, nonsense. If the mailboxes are such a problem, they can easily be moved to another location. Whoever argued that the argument that the proposed building is higher than adjacent buildings should look around again. The brownstone at the corner of Concord and Echo Drive, facing the homes of some who are opposing the project, is clearly higher, and their terraces overlook King's Landing properties. I do not understand this obsession about somebody seeing you when you are outside. Neighbors from King's Landing can see each other when they are on their terraces, and when I sit in my backyard, I can be seen by neighbors and people walking along Greenfield Avenue. We even talk sometimes. We're outside, people can see us. I sincerely hope that the report's recommendations will be accepted and that Council will approve the amendment. I am looking forward to seeing the end of this the unnecessary, unwarranted delay. I hope to finally see the old building disappear and the new building go up in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions for the delegation? No. Thank you very much for your presentation. And our last speaker of the day, Ms. Grahuta, Mr. Bernay, if you'd like to come forward. They're together.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Catherine Grahuta. I'm a senior planner with Fulton Consultants. We've been retained on this project. With me is Mr. Anthony Bruni from Kaliza Bruni Architecture. What we'd like to do this morning is just take you through a very quick presentation prepared by Mr. Bruni.
This afternoon, actually.
Oh. This afternoon, we'll be speeding our presentation. Just keep it to the key few points, and I'll wrap up our presentation. And we'll be in the committee's hands for questions. So I'll just turn it over to Mr. Bruni at this point.
Okay. I'd first like to just state that the design process started back in May 2011, so it has been almost 3 years. We've had several meetings with staff, with the Ottawa East Zoning Committee, with Ottawa East and King's Landing, with the King's Landing representatives and the abutting neighbors, the councillor, and I believe, like from our perspective, and there were additional meetings that FOTEN had been a part of that we weren't a part of. There were up to 15 meetings in total. Through the process, we listened to the concerns and tried to address as many of them as we could. And I know that we have made changes. The original proposal had an entry from Greenfield that has now been moved to Concord. We increased the side yard setback on the east side from 1.2 to 1.5. We reduced the size of the mechanical penthouse, the permitted projection, and the roof terrace access by almost half. We relocated the roof terrace, reduced the size of the roof terrace, providing privacy screens, and we changed the roof terrace from being a communal terrace to a private terrace for solely the 2 units at the top level. Originally it was going to be for all 8. We went through various with material changes and stuff to try and find the appropriate mix that we thought would fit in well in a contemporary way. We offered to landscape the boulevard. It's not that we're just showing it landscaped. I mean, this is a proposal by the owner that he would like to landscape the boulevard. We've increased the rear yard setback to save a mature tree, and we increased the number of underground parking spaces. Originally there were 6 for 8 units, and now we have 8 for all 8 units. So in essence, it was very challenging. We actually reduced the size of the building, but actually increased the underground parking, which was not an easy feat. I'd like to first address the sort of context here. And our building is on the corner at Concord and Greenfield. It's the irregularly shaped building. This is just a footprint diagram without property lines or any other things. And I believe it shows that the building is not squeezed in. I think the benefits of this site are the fact that there's a large boulevard in front of it. There's a substantial setback and easement on the east side, and we have a private lane on the west. So the building itself, if you look at it just from this very simple diagram, it does not feel as tightly squeezed as, say, some of the other buildings in the area. I think it seems to just flow quite well. I'm going to move on. So the site is sort of the midpoint between Main and Ottawa U along Greenfield. And there are several buildings that are of different uses along this stretch. It's not all townhouses, it's not all semi-detached. I mean, we have apartment buildings, we have institutional, we have commercial. There's a wide variety of residential forms and uses that are not residential along that stretch. And I think this one particular corner, I think, is quite an interesting corner and a special corner where we have always seen it as this sort of inflection moment along that path from the street Greenfield in that urban landscape from Main Street to Ottawa U. I believe the planner has already gone through a lot of these types of images, so I won't talk too much about it. I will get to the site plan. This is the site plan as it is proposed now. As you can see, the building actually follows the angles of the site. It's an irregularly shaped lot, which is actually, in my opinion, enhances the building. Because it's an irregularly shaped lot, we decided to try, rather than try and shoehorn a square building on this lot, but to actually embrace the angles and express itself as a corner building. The southeast side is carved back substantially to allow for light and views to the canal, and the eastern portion that abuts Greenfield is actually pulled forward, and ironically, this actually, by pulling it forward, actually allows for greater privacy for the rear yards of King's Landing. Had it been set back to the 3-meter setback, the balconies would actually look into that rear yard of Greenfield. I know you've been inundated with zoning questions and stuff, but this drawing actually shows this building footprint juxtaposed against what the zoning bylaw allows in terms of setbacks as a footprint. You can see on the southeastern portion that's pulled forward towards Greenfield. There's a slight protrusion on the west side towards the lane, the private lane, and then beyond a partial setback, the rear yard is actually considered from that rear point. That side lot line on the west side is not actually the rear yard, and we've had this confirmed with staff. It's a difficult site to interpret the zoning. I mean, we've interpreted several different ways, and it's because it's an irregular site. I can understand even the community having difficulty assessing this site. We had to go through several meetings with staff to try and get a handle on what the zoning actually would be on such an irregularly shaped lot. But we have confirmed, and in the report, the changes to the setbacks are against these setbacks shown here.
So, sorry, which line is
the heavy dashed line is the allowable building footprint.
Right, so the two lines on here, you've obviously got a setback somewhere, is that right?
There's an additional setback after 3 meters.
Right. So
as you go up.
You come up and then you come up, okay.
Yeah, after 3 stories, sorry.
Yeah.
3 meters. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, so after 3 stories, it's an additional setback.
Right. So why didn't you save us all a bunch of grief and build within that envelope?
Well, I knew that
because
question.
Then the argument would have only been lot area.
Well, for one, I think we approach this as what would be the most appropriate building on this site and how to best engage the site. There are certain aspects that we started off with looking at, and one of them actually being, if you take that front yard setback on the southwest corner, on the southwest property line, where we actually come in, right? Where you actually come in. Is there a laser pointer? Yeah, so here where we actually come out beyond, it actually allows for more privacy on the adjacent unit. It's unique in King's Landing's backyards actually face the street. That's not the front yard of the King's Landing development on the northeast side. It's actually the rear yard amenity spaces of this block of townhouses. So we thought it, as one element, to pull that forward, and actually it allows for more privacy since the balconies are here and actually then protrude beyond where their rear yard is. If we were set back here, they would be able to actually look directly into their backyard. And also, I guess, purely from an urban design and architectural point of view, we looked at what would be most appropriate for this site. And I don't believe setbacks always dictate what is best for a site, especially for one of such an irregular shape. And the question then becomes, from an urban design perspective, what is this isn't just about building design, it's about urban design as well. And like we said, I think this is a special corner. I think it's important that the building engage the street, and I think with some of the carving back and pulling forward that we've actually done, I mean, not all of it is actually being pushed beyond those setbacks. Some of it's actually being carved beyond the setbacks as well, further in. And I think what that does, if you look at the building, I mean, we have a series of brick planes that were incorporated to sort of reintroduce some of the elements of the older brick homes in the area, but they're broken down into a series of planes. The pulling forward and the recessing and the carving allows for a playful corner building, which, in my opinion, from an urban design perspective, is important. I think it's important for these corners, for this position in the street and its role in the urban landscape, to not be just a fabric building that looks like everything else. I think it's important that it fits in, but stands on its own and engages the public realm.
So I get you modified a little bit of the setbacks, and we're being criticized for doing that. And the issue, though, in your mind, was you wanted to adjust that setback so that your balconies, where people would sit and would have coffee or a drink in the evening, wouldn't be looking over the private amenity space of their neighbors.
Yes, and that's part of the benefit of pulling that building forward.
Right. So to leave it as it is, would have pushed the balconies back. Volumetrically, you could have achieved the same volume within the setbacks, but by pulling it back, the amenity area is impacted.
I believe it is, yes. It would be impacted. I mean, and I think that if you look at the plan, it clearly shows that.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, there's a secondary issue with that particular corner. So what we have is, I believe from the street edge, which is the traveled portion of the street, to the property line, we have a 15-meter distance separation. So rather than trying to pull the building back even more to create more space in that area, what we tried to do is create an urban street edge, so bringing it close to the front lot line to compensate for that big setback that we have on that particular corner. So it does two things.
Now, do you have an elevator?
Pardon?
You have an elevator?
Yes, we do.
There you go. Okay.
So maybe, Mr. Chair, just in conclusion, we completely agree with the staff report, but what you can see is we're dealing with two circumstances. We're dealing with one uniquely shaped lot where all the setbacks are oddly applied. I think Mr. Bruni adequately showed that on his drawing, and we're also dealing with a uniquely shaped or uniquely situated adjacent neighbor. So whereas normally you would have our front yard next to their front yard, we have a front yard next to their rear yard, and where our rear yard is their front yard. So we're dealing with a bit of a unique situation. We're confident that this building has gone through adequate review. Like Mr. Bruni said, it's been a 3-year process. It's been evaluated by staff for compatibility, and we think ultimately it's a good design for this particular corner and good planning from my perspective.
Okay. Are there questions for the delegation? No. Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm going to close the public hearing portion of the meeting and turn this back to committee. And Councillor, it's your opportunity to give us some thoughts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Well, what a saga. And I'm not just referring to today's meeting. I'm actually I'm referring to the 3 years leading up to this. I'm going to have to start by setting the record straight on a number of items, just because some of the things said weren't entirely factual in my view. I'm not someone prone to hyperbole, and I'm not going to start here today. This building isn't the greatest thing since sliced bread, and it won't be the end of the world. It is a proposal that is decently attractive. It's not especially tall compared to a lot of the proposals that have come before you at committee. On the other hand, it's asking for 16 and upward exceptions, variances here, which is a whopping number. Let me step back for a second, though, and say I did not want to have to be here today. In fact, I didn't want to have to be here today at all. Might not have had to be if this had been what it could have been. I'm always looking for a solution that can be YIMBY, yes, in my backyard. So from the outset, when the developer approached me, prior to being required to do so, to discuss this, I was grateful for that, and we began a dialogue. We began a dialogue that involved the neighbors, as I insisted from the outset that the developer do that, and it is a dialogue that has continued right through to today. Unfortunately, the actual changes to the plan I have to describe as minimal. For all of the 3 years of conversations, and here's where I have to correct some facts, anyone who wanted to meet with me, anyone who wanted to be invited into the room was and would have been. I was under no illusions that anyone was representing King's Landing and all its members. I'm perfectly aware they're individual freeholds and that everyone was speaking for themselves. So anyone who wanted to be a part of this could have been and was. In the end, what I see is a building that is taking full advantage of the site, including taking advantage of setbacks provided by public space and by the neighbors. So when we see a drawing up there that has quite extensive greenery in the side yards, you have to remember that very little of that is the side yard of this project. It's the side yard of the existing neighbor. It is public space. It is a laneway that was closed and sold by the city that's now being taken full advantage of for landscaping, to the point of moving a fence that hasn't yet been moved or permission to make that move. So what I see, unfortunately, is what we'll often get. Let's pick my neighborhood, Ottawa South. Leafy treed streets with porches, and in comes a development that removes the trees and doesn't add porches. It's taking advantage of what is there and selling what is there without actually adding to that. And I don't think that's right. So while there is lots that's good about the design of this building, and it isn't particularly tall, I do conclude in the end that it's stuffing the sausage. It's asking for almost every possible little exemption. But the result of 16 or more little exemptions is a big exemption. We always should be asking the question, we often are, could you have built within existing zoning? Well, yes, of course you could have. Anyone can build within existing zoning, but if they think they can ask for more, of course they will. And when the track record is people will get what they ask for, then of course they'll keep asking. I'm asking that we stop with this site, that we send it back, because I'm convinced that the very intelligent, capable designers and developer on this site could build within existing zoning, could ask for a few minor variances to deal with the oddness of this site, and could still make a profit. But we were never presented with that option. we were presented with this option with minor tweaks made along the way. So I did ask that we keep going back. I did ask that those changes be made, but in the end, I feel they've just been tweaks. I think that's pretty much all that I can say about this. I do ask you to reject this. If not now, when? Thank you.
Mr. Shirley.
Thank you. Oh, not your worship, sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The rumors start.
All right. I think as I was listening to the various delegations before us today, a lot of them seemed intent to prove to us that we were examining a rezoning application. Obviously, when you compare the application to the zoning that exists there, the two things are different. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be here, because we are here to hear a rezoning application. This committee exists primarily for that purpose. And so, by definition, the application is asking for changes to what is in place at this time. Councillor Chernyshenko has made a number of interesting points. The problem is that I have to balance them with what people are facing in the rest of the city under the obligation of conducting some intensification. And I know we dealt with an issue in my neighborhood, in one of my neighborhoods just less than a year ago, where you had bungalows, a neighborhood of bungalows, and a proposal to bring in a 4-story building. And actually it was a proposal to bring in a 6-story building, and it changed and became a 4-story building. But the community was accepting of that because they understood their responsibility to participate in some of the intensification effort across the city. So I think when you come to grips with the fact that there's an application to change the zoning, and that's why we're here, that you have to look at the arguments for and against. And Councillor Chernyshenko is right that this is not by any means an overwhelmingly sized building for that property. I would have feared, and maybe there were moves at some point to go even higher and ask for a height exemption. But it's kept to something that we see all the time in moderate developments across the city. And I just, as much as Councillor Chernyshenko has made the case to us individually and here today, I think that we have to approve this.
Thank you very much. I was struck at the beginning of the presentations that what is being recommended is exactly what was being applied for, because in 3 years I've never seen that. And, in Orleans we're doing obviously a lot of greenfield, but we have been doing some intensification in my ward as well, including 4-story residential buildings. But then I looked at the design of the proposal and the surrounding neighborhood, and it struck me that it's not that much different than the proposals in the Quarry Glen community in Orleans or the Ampersand community in Barrhaven, where you have Minto's 4-story gallery suites product right beside their stacked townhouse product. And both of those applications, I think, went through unanimously, if not close to unanimously, both here at committee and at council. So it strikes me as odd that we would consider defeating something or not allowing something here when we've already approved virtually identical projects in other parts of the city. And while not everywhere in the city, not all rules apply equally across the city, or should, I think the circumstances are quite similar. It has a very, and then also some speakers said they would be okay with stacked townhouse units, But remember, any stacked townhouse unit is going to have a 2-meter projection or a 3-meter projection on top of it for the peak of the townhouse, unless you're building that effectively 4-story yard on top of the building. So I think it looks like a very attractive proposal. I don't buy the arguments on privacy. If I stand in the second floor of my house and I look out one of the windows, I can easily see into any one of my neighbors' backyards. That circumstance exists almost uniformly across the city. Do I do that? No, because I'm not a creep. Like, that's just, most of it, common sense tells us that the overwhelming majority of people aren't going to do that. So, I don't see any real reason to disallow the proposal today, and it fits perfectly with all of our goals for intensification and how we want the interurban core to develop. Thank you.
Councillor Blowis and then Councillor Hobbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have a question. I probably should have asked it to the applicant, but I think planning staff is probably in as good a position, if not better position, to answer. And I start off with, I understand from the applicant that the challenge is the irregular lot. I mean, it changes things, but at the same time, when residents come forward, neighbors come forward, and I counted 16 exceptions there. I heard 17, I heard some other numbers, but I counted 16 in the report, and that is considerable. I mean, to me, I know Councillor Chiarelli doesn't think that's really a rezoning, but when you have that many exceptions, there is an element of rezoning, but at least it's here and not before a committee of adjustment. But some of the exceptions, and I think you tried to explain it, and I think the applicant, the architect tried to explain it, but I look at something like the balconies and staircases, and you indicate in here they're considered to be projections, and you point out they're not permitted within 1 meter of a lot line, but then you say, it is proposed these features be permitted to project within 0 meters of the lot line, given that these balconies project towards a public right-of-way and that staircases abut open passive spaces. And then you say this reduction is considered to be reasonable. But I heard very clearly from one of the neighbors saying that she considered this an imposition on her privacy. And I think she was trying to direct us, and I think the chair was helping us there to understand exactly where the view and the perspective is. Can you clarify that, you consider this to be reasonable? I know reasonable is sort of a subjective statement, but I don't know which one of you is in the best position here to sort of allay some of those concerns.
Which line is the 0 lot line coming from?
If you give a minute here, Mr. Chair, I can find a slide for you with just go through them. So right here, where it abuts the driveway, this is one projection that projects within 0 of the lot line.
Right.
Same with here.
And those are stairs.
Those are stairs.
Yeah, those are stairs, exactly. Right. Now over here would be one of the balconies. The balcony projects this way, south, towards the public right-of-way, and of course there is a corner component here that is close to the lot line here on the west.
How close? Within?
It would be about 1.2 meters. It's hard to see here. Yeah, the only 0 would be on the public
Mr.
right-of-way.
Bernay, you want to tell us how close that is to the... Ms. Grahuta, do I need you or do I need Mr. Bernay? Okay, well, you can just stand there and answer the question. No, that's not the question that's been asked. The question that's been asked is, how far from the King's Landing private lot line is that projection there, that distance?
1.2.
1.2 meters.
From the property line?
Yeah. From the balcony. From that west property line.
That's correct.
Right.
And if I heard the one of you correctly, if the design had been pushed further back, and I think that's what the chairman was the point he was making is, it would have in fact projected more or had more visibility over the neighboring property across the way.
That's correct.
Okay.
It allows more overlook from the front lawn vehicle into the adjacent rear, which is why there's a 0 meter projection for that particular.
Okay, so I should put my crayons away before I try to redesign, is what you're saying.
The amendment, Mr. Chair, is for this balcony here. This one would comply.
Okay.
So that one, that complies.
This complies,
Yep.
correct? And it's this one.
Right, okay. And that's what I didn't understand the first time. Thank you.
Is that your question? Okay, Councillor Hobbs and then Councillor Cadre.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just really want to make a comment that I do appreciate Councillor Chernyshenko and the difficulty of doing something within the built neighborhoods. I experience it frequently, but I think one of the things that struck me today was the importance of having appropriate housing for seniors and not having all those levels. And then so often in our small lots in the urban area, we just don't have room for anything that isn't 15 feet wide and 3 stories up, and it isn't suitable housing for an increasingly growing segment of our population. I like the idea that the setbacks have allowed for the architect to not intrude into people's backyards. I think that's a good exception to be asking for here today, and it is a good-looking design. It is something of import that I think will serve the community well. So that's why I'll be supporting this today. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Cadre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. In terms of the 16 amendments to the zoning bylaw, that is my concern. When does, in terms of zoning, that it needs a zoning change rather than just minor amendments? And that's a question we had, I guess, about 4.5 years ago at this table, where one of the projects that was being approved in my ward. To me, 16 exception on any development should come in for a rezoning, rather than going through either committee of adjustment or even at this table to say, well, we're going to make little changes here and there in this project and make it fit into the property. It's not just a question of property, it's also about the surrounding area. And in this case, to me, the surrounding area, you heard most of the speakers suggest that this does not fit into the neighborhood. And once the project in Stittsville is completed, and I don't mean to keep going back to that item, but I will bring photographs into this committee just to show how sometimes we make decisions on paper or based on our own official plan, and how we should be looking at its impact going forward into a community. And I think this development will have that impact into the community. So based on that rationale, I will not be supporting this project going today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe you can tell me how many of the, so some of these are amendments. Permit an aisle to access bicycle parking to be a minimum of 1 meter in width. What do we usually ask for, 1.25? I mean, to clarify, and to the point of 17 of these minor things, I mean, what is the existing provisions?
1.8 on the bicycle, I understand, Mr. Chairman.
So 1.8 meter width in an aisle versus 1 meter. I mean,
that's correct.
So you need to be able to walk your bicycle through a 1 meter wide aisle to get to your bicycle parking spot.
That's correct. So roughly 3 feet wide.
And a minimum parking space length of 5.1 meters. What is the
typical retirement is 5.2.
So 5.2 meters.
We're 0.1 of a meter shy.
Okay. Permit a maximum 50% parking spaces to be a minimum of 2.5 4 meters in width. What are they usually?
2.6.
2.6. So, right. Minimum provision of 25% of the lot area must be landscaped.
30% is normal requirement.
30% is normal requirement. The provisions of exception 838 concerning an office limited to a diplomatic mission continue to apply. So what we're just saying there is the existing provision that we've got in the zoning continues to apply.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. A minimum requirement of the width of 3.4 meters for a driveway intended for two-way traffic may be further reduced to 3.05 for a distance of 1 meter below the entrance of the parking garage. I mean, these are all because it's a very difficult site.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
And they would be required if you were to I mean, these wouldn't be typically what we would see changing, for instance, if we were developing on the Oblates land.
Mr. Chairman, I mean, these are very much independently, they're very much things that would go to the Committee of Adjustment because of the numbers of the adjustments that are required.
Right.
That's the reason it's before this committee as a rezoning application.
Right, and do we ask for them, did they originally apply to the committee, or did we suggest to them when they met with us that we should, that they should go through the rezoning process?
We recommended that they go through the rezoning, just given the number of these little variances that they would require. It's not one or two or three, like we heard, there's 16 or 17 of them here.
Right. And the permission for the balcony and staircases, that is in specific locations. The zero lot line is in the back, the two stairs and the back location. The balcony provision on the front still complies with what would be in the existing zoning.
That's correct.
Right. And the reason for the, okay. And 6 setbacks. Okay. So really, we would classify half of these as really very technical adjustments that residents outside would never ever see.
That's correct. I mean, it doesn't impact the functionality on some of the things that we're talking about, like the parking space size or bike parking stall size. It doesn't impact the functionality. It's a small 8-unit apartment. Some of them, there's slight adjustments in terms of yards and setbacks, and I think we definitely looked at that relative to adjacencies, and we're quite comfortable with it.
Yeah, no, well, I understand that from your report. Okay. Anything else on this? Okay. Members of committee, the recommendations that are before you, are they carried? Carried. With Councillor Cotter's dissent. Okay. Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Schmidt. We don't have any notices of motion. Are there any inquiries? Other business? Okay. We're adjourned. Our next meeting is February 11th. Perfect. Thank you very much.